Audio check. All right, everyone. Welcome in. Gad, Eris, early bird lurkers, welcome in. Let's get this music turned down. Actually, we're just going to mute it because we're going to go right over here and the music is already bumping. Oh yeah, and I got to get the capture card set up. Music's bumping for me, but not for you. 1 second. All right, there we go. And I haven't cleaned my glasses yet. Eris, you're not serious, right? You weren't seriously asking if that was me in that photo, right? Please tell me you weren't being serious. A smile emoji. Does that mean that you were serious and now you're embarrassed? Eris, that was a photo of the Beatles. You may have heard of them. My eyes, they know so good. Okay, we'll give you a pass on that. I guess I should be flattered. Eris could loosely make out 4 shapes that looked like human beings. Oh, that must be Austin and his friends in the black and white times, because Austin is so old, like me. Eris also doesn't know what a goatee is, so I guess that kind of tracks. That hairstyle seems older than me, but everything comes around. Interesting. You were trying to figure out which one was me, and none of them looked like me. Okay, now it's making a little more sense. I realize there's one more thing that I don't have in here that I need. 1 second. There we go. Now we're all set. Welcome in. We're in the beginning chatting part of the stream today, but the game is already on the screen because we'll get there. I'll explain. Matcha tastes good. Let's see. First things first. If you have not voted for the new Tuesday game, today is your last day to do so. At the end of this stream, we're going to close the poll, and we're going to know what we're playing after Plucky Squire. We were tied at the top of yesterday's stream, but Pikmin 2 now has a commanding lead. So if you were hoping for Psychonauts 2, you've got some work to do to either convince people who have voted for Pikmin to change their mind, or to get some people who haven't voted in on the poll. Thank you. Yes, this is my favorite bottle. Like this particular, not this particular one, but this like model of bottle. I forget what it's called. No, wait, I do remember. It's a Contigo brand, which they're kind of old at this point. Everybody likes Stanleys and Owalas now. But Contigo used to be the it brand for like rugged, going to work type of water bottles. And I believe this one was called Brazos, like the Spanish word for arms, or the famous river in Texas, where you might hear it pronounced Brazos by a southerner. And I have had like probably 10 of these over the years. They made a 20-ounce one and a 24-ounce one. This one's the 24. We have a couple. I still have a bunch of them, but I've also lost a handful of them over the years. I used to have one that was like charcoal gray and like the exposed stainless steel silver color with like yellow accents, and I really, really loved that one, and I left it at a gig, and I was really sad about it. I remember exactly which gig I left it at, too. It's a gig that I played with Gad, actually. I don't remember the name of the place, but I remember the place. Gad might be able to fish it up. They no keep for you? What? Oh, the gig didn't save the water bottle for me? I mean, maybe they did for like a day, and I could have like called somebody, but I don't know who I would have called. Oh, Gad, I was just saying that I've lost many of this water bottle over the years, and one of them was a particular one that was my favorite, like, color scheme, I think, that I've ever had, and I left it at one of our gigs, and I remember which gig I left it at. I realized it, like, 2 days later after I, like, mentally retraced my steps. I don't remember what the event was, but it was, like, an outdoor show that we played with POB, and it was the one where Brian subbed on keys for Joel, and we were in like a park street fair kind of situation, up on like a big riser stage for some like street fair or whatever. I don't remember what the name of it was. I don't remember what part of town it was in, but that was the gig where I lost the charcoal gray yellow water bottle. I still think about it every once in a while. But I love my green one. I use this one exclusively for matcha because I'm funny like that with color coordination. And then I have a blue and yellow, or a blue and steel one that I just use for water. But lately I've been drinking water out of this thing. Basically, when it comes to water, I have to put water in whatever gets me excited about it. And the annoying thing about one of these bottles for water for me is, like, if I'm not going anywhere, I don't really need water in something like this. And when I drink water, I really like to drink water with ice in it. Because the colder it is, the less I taste the minerals, and, like, the faster I want to drink it, so I drink more water, which is a good outcome. So this is much easier to put water in than one of these. These are actually very difficult to put ice into. Like, I can't stick it under the fridge and just have ice go into it. Like, I have to use like a very specific technique to make that happen. Whereas this, I can just stick it under there. So I got this recently from the lady who didn't want to use it anymore, and I said I'll try it out, and it's been working out good as a water thing. You know the technique? Yeah, you got to get up there with your little fingies and like make sure that the ice cubes tumble in just the right way to go in. But what I usually do is, like, when I make something like my coffee or my matcha for stream, I'm using a big like 4-cup glass measuring cup. So I make my drink in the measuring cup and I pour it into this thing, and then I stick the measuring cup under there, and ice goes in there, and I just get however much ice I need, and then I put the ice cubes in here by hand, and that works great. And plus the ice cubes will pick up like the little trace amounts of like coffee or matcha that don't pour out of the measuring cup and then stick to the ice before I put it in there, and that makes me feel good. But yes, vote in the poll if you haven't already. I'm sure most of you that are here already have, but just in case. Yeah, I'm a planner. What can I say? I'm a planner. I just become more and more of a planner as time goes on. Let's see, what else do we need to talk about? VGMCon. If you're going to VGMCon, buy your badges because price increases next week. So if you know you're going to go ahead and buy your badge right away. It's not, the badges aren't going to sell out, they're just going to go up in price. So if you know you're going to go, you might as well get it a little bit cheaper. Otherwise, if money's tight and you've got to wait for the right before the event and pay the full price for the badge, I understand, but don't wait to book the hotel room because that will sell out. If you know you're gonna go, or if you're even like sort of thinking that you're gonna go, you might as well go ahead and reserve a hotel room because you don't have to pay until right before the event. So go ahead and reserve the hotel room. You can cancel it like 3 days before if you need to. I think the official rule is like 48 hours. And you won't be charged anything, but you'll have a room reserved, which is very, very good. Like, we would love to have some surprise extra rooms open up right before the event because we always end up needing them, you know, which is what would happen if some people canceled. So go ahead and reserve the room if you think you're going to go. Thank you for Powell, Eris. You got to run to the store. Oh, you has no food. Yeah, make sure you get some food. That's important. Thank you for listening while you're out. Drive safe. We'll keep you company while you shop. Yeah, book the hotel room right away, folks. Just do it. And like, if you're not sure how many people are going yet, and you're trying to get a group together to like cram into the hotel room to like make it cheaper, you can go ahead and book like 2 or 3 rooms, and if you only end up needing 1, you can cancel the 2 extra ones. It also benefits us if you book the rooms earlier. So all signs point towards booking the hotel right away. But the most important reason really is just for your own benefit, because it will sell out. And if you wait too long and decide to go to VGMCon like 2 or 3 weeks beforehand, there's probably not going to be any hotel rooms left. And then you're going to have to like, you know, try to find somebody who's already going and see if they'll let you crash in their room or something. It's going to be a lot of fun, Eris. I'm getting really excited. I'm definitely going to be plugging it a lot on stream. The full music lineup will be public soon. We're lifting our social media embargo on February 1st, and everything is going to like be public and hit the website, which is really cool. We have a lot of stuff that's been announced already, but not everything is out there. The concert schedule isn't out there, and most of the performers aren't out there yet. So I'm hoping there will be some big hype start building once everybody sees the full lineup. I think it's going to be a really good year. Still got a lot of work to do though. Got to move into like, it feels good to have all of the music stuff like locked up. It's like performer wise, but now I have to move into like the next phase where there's like a whole bunch of like logistical production stuff that I have to do. I got to put together all the staff and stuff for the music department and production, video, audio, personnel, make sure everybody is like corralled and like clued in and informed and all that kind of stuff. Get all those like logistics in the row. The equipment rental is really a nightmare. Someday, hopefully in the not too far future, I won't have anything to do with production, and there will be a production manager that does all that stuff. And, you know, that's kind of like the ideal scenario that I'm trying to create for myself. I want to be just the music director. Like, I enjoy a lot of this stuff, but it's just so much. It's too much for one person. It's not really sustainable, especially as the event continues to grow. It's just too many things and people to be in charge of. Like, I'll inevitably forget something, or something will be later than it needs to be because I can only do so many things at one time and that sort of thing. Plus, I'm going to get way busier as a dad in the next couple years, which means I'll have a lot less time to contribute towards this kind of stuff too. So, someday we'll find that unicorn production manager that we need, hopefully in the next like year or two, or I'll, you know, lose my head probably. Wouldn't that be something if I was just done? If I was just done right now and everything else was in someone else's hands from this point to the event and I could just relax. That'd be great. Speaking of between now and the event, we also have Charity Week coming up. Heart Week 2026. I'm officially calling my slice of the charity event Heart Week. That's what I've landed on. I think it rolls off the tongue nicely. I did this last week with a team of streamers who were all kind of like loosely joined together in a common fundraising goal, you know, all for the same charity, but not necessarily like streaming at the same times or the same games or the same incentives or anything like that. Just kind of like loosely as a team. We're going to do the same thing again this year. I'll have my own schedule, my own incentives, my own, game schedule and all that kind of stuff. Just turning the controller back on so we can have music. And I'm planning to announce it to you all very, very soon. This will be the 3rd week of February. We will open donations the 2nd week of February so we can get a head start on some of the incentives, because some of them need to happen kind of before the game starts, so we don't really want to start donations at the same time that I start the streams, because it's just not enough time for people to get stuff in for especially the first day game. But mark your calendar for February 16th through 20th. Those will be the actual streams, Monday through Thursday, 3 p.m. to 8 p.m., and then Friday will be an unlockable stream if a certain amount is raised by the end of Thursday's stream. There will be a handful of milestones for different dollar amounts as well. Some will be things that will happen during the marathon. Some of them will be things that happen after the marathon. Very excited to show it off to you all. I have almost everything finished as far as like my art assets and everything to be able to like announce everything to you. I have a few more things to key into to Tiltify and tweak and all that kind of stuff. God, this spam number calls me every single day. And I can't figure out how to block them. Or like I do block them, but somehow they like a different number with the same description comes back every day. I have no idea what's up with that. But yeah, we're going to open... The stream week is 2/16 through 2/20, but donations will open 2/9. And I'm planning to announce what everything is going to be and start like informing people and educating people on what it's going to be and how it works. Probably as early as next week, but at the very latest, the first week of February, which would be like the 3rd or whatever. I think that's my first stream in February. But I'm going to be like hammering that home really, really hard until it happens, because I want to make sure everybody understands what's available and how it works, and I'm making some tools to help us track stuff more easily than last year as well. It's going to be really cool. It's going to be fun. I think that's pretty much all I got for preamble. So let's do a recap of what happened yesterday, and then get into it. We don't have that many notes to go over, because we mostly did dungeon stuff. There was story content, but it was all basically at the end of the dungeon, which was like at the very end of stream for the most part. So we were in the Flying Fortress, which is Nene's big bad ship in the sky, that's always enshrouded in the violet cloud, and possibly the source of the violet cloud, or they're symbiotic in some way. There was a big effort and plan put together by the citizens of Jabral and the king to basically take down Nene's ship, and I thought it was going to go horribly wrong, so I'm very shocked that we're in the position that we're in right now. But they basically pulled together a large military effort in a bunch of different ways. You know, they had like aerial forces, they had forces on the ground, they had forces in the water, all kinds of stuff, and then our help as well. And we basically boarded the ship while they were like kind of hooking it in and attacking it. And we went through the dungeon, and we disabled all 6 of the eternal engines, which are what powers the ship. We had to fight these 4 robot bosses. They had a special name. I forget what the name of their team was. We saw it in the bestiary, but I forgot to write it down. But Zabo kind of took responsibility for the party getting onto the ship, and Nene was like, "You suck, you're incompetent, you know what you must do." And he left, and he like activated these other 4 robots to send them after us, and essentially each one was guarding one of the engines. It wasn't quite that cut and dry, but it's pretty much what it was. And so we went around this very disorienting labyrinthian dungeon with a mix of openable doors and locked doors, did a lot of examining, found a lot of chests, fought some bosses. We fought all the randoms as well. Zola was in our party, and she got caught up class-wise and level-wise to us, but then at the end of the dungeon, she split off from us, and I'm assuming she's going to rejoin here. I'm getting ahead of myself. But yeah, we fought Silent Coup, Turbulent Mai, Double Axe, the Fire something, Sai, the bomb guy, and Raging Kesu. The Double Axe was just like a big enemy that was added in with the robot bosses. We beat all them up. They were kind of challenging, actually. They each had a different gimmick, and some of them did a lot of damage. None of their gimmicks were really that challenging. It was just that they were strong. But we're strong, too. And then after we shut down all but one engine. There was one engine left to go. And then outside we see Nene's ship shooting a bunch of turrets at the Jabral forces. And they were kind of giving us the sense that the situation was like deteriorating. Like, hey, we're not quite on top of this anymore. Like, y'all need to hurry up and take down this last engine because the ship is kind of like going wild and gonna overwhelm the Jabral forces that were previously kind of on the front foot. So these two portals appear, and we're like, oh, we don't know where these portals go, and time is a factor, so we're gonna split up so that each portal is covered, because one is gonna take us to the other engine, and the other one's gonna take us somewhere else. Which was sort of a good plan, but then weirdly, Zola went all by herself into one portal, and then the four of us went in the other one. So that was kind of silly, but mechanically it makes sense because we had to fight another boss. So it's a good thing that they didn't take away more than one character. And plus Zola's not like officially in our party yet. So Zola takes one path alone, and then we warp in the other one. And we go through some areas, and then we end up on the dock. And we see Nene and Zabo. And then Nene says a really weird quote when he sees us. He says, "I see the selection in this case has improved." And there's so many possible implications there. Like, it kind of makes me think that he is behind us obtaining the shadow powers somehow. And for some reason, he wants us to have them. And somehow that's related to his pursuit to, like, get back to full power. You know, he's gonna do like a mwahaha rug pull. I wanted you to do X or Y, and now I can, you know, reclaim my lost power or whatever. Because he's like literally in this like decrepit old person in their favorite chair with a blanket over their legs. He literally has a blanket like over his legs. He's this very like pitiful, pathetic kind of form. He still seems to have a lot of power, but they're really trying to hammer it home that he's not at full power. And so him saying, "I see the selection in this case has improved," kind of made me think that he's tried this whole thing before. You know, maybe he's been around for a really, really long time. Obviously, he's been around longer than our characters have, because they were kind of like born into this annual cycle of terror, right? So maybe Nene has been giving people light spheres or manipulating the disembodied voice to give people light spheres because he needs them for some reason to find the thing that he needs to get his power back or something. And so he's like saying, oh, the candidates of the shadows, in this case, like, you know, this time we've tried the experiment, has improved. That's my best guess at this point. Obviously, I don't want any confirmation, you know, don't tell me anything if you know. But that's kind of the vibe that I got from him saying that. And he gets in his escape pod. Zabo, like, launches his escape pod and stays behind to fight us so that Nene can escape. Zabo was weaker than the other robot bosses, which felt kind of like canonically intentional. He was kind of a joke. And then we jump into another Mechat ship to chase after Nene's escape ship. We see a cutscene of Zola deactivating the last Eternal engine, and then Nene's mothership is like slowly crashing into the ocean. And I thought we were supposed to be worried about Zola because she was still on the ship, but apparently there was nothing to worry about because she was just right back on the castle observation deck with the King Jabral rejoining the scramble. She escaped the ship just fine. But they called for the forces to retreat. They're like, we gotta get out of here. I guess like the robots like came out of the ship to attack them. I couldn't really tell exactly what they were fighting against. But they called for the retreat because they had basically fulfilled their purpose of crashing the ship, and then they needed to protect the rest of their people. Not really sure how that worked. But we go back to the party, and we enter this aerial dogfight with Nene's ship and our ship, because apparently Nene's escape pod has weapons systems, and so does ours. And they chose to focus in on the fact that Nene was, like, calm, cool, and collected, and smiling while flying around with us, like, almost in, like, an admiration kind of way, like he was, like, proud of us, or, like, impressed with us. It was really bizarre. But they really, really focused in on that. Like, the characters commented on it, and they, like, showed him in slow-mo, like, as we kind of, like, passed by, that he was, like, giving us kind of, like, that Robert Redford gif that everyone thinks is Zach Galifianakis of, like, the like, commending nod in the snow. And then we get pulled into a rail shooter minigame, which I didn't understand at first, but in retrospect was very, very straightforward and easy. And we go through a couple of phases of that. We shoot his ship down, and he, like, slowly starts going below the violet cloud as his ship is, like, you know, flaming out and gonna crash. And we try to keep chase with him, and as soon as we drop below the violet cloud, we don't know where he is. We've lost sight of him. He's not showing up on the scanners, whatever. And the party is upset about it. And then it just kind of cuts to us back in Jabral. The citizens of Jabral are, like, roaring in celebration as Nene's ship, like, sinks the rest of the way under the waves. And then they raise this feast in our honor. And this is, like, technically where we stopped yesterday, but I had to redo the minigame at the top of the stream today because we didn't have anywhere to save after having done it. And I didn't want to skip, like, all that there is in this room. There's, like, 100 NPCs for us to talk to, and probably a lot of examining to do. But I did go over and talk to Zola, and she said, hey, the king has a proposition for you. And I feel like the proposition is for Zola to go with us and accompany us as we pursue Nene. That's what my RPG instincts tell me, but we'll see. But first, we're going to spend a bunch of time examining and talking to everyone and everything in this room. And that's it. That's where we are. So, now we begin day 10 of Blue Dragon. And I had this glasses cleaning cloth on my lap, and I forgot that it was there because it's the same color as my shorts. I'm wearing orange shorts today. And I was like, what is that? All right, I need more of this. Okay. It's a cloudy, rainy day today. Most of the U.S. is getting blasted by a cold front, and we're supposed to get hit with it tonight. And there's like a freeze warning all next week. It's a little bit annoying.
The Mechat you brought back is stored in the lab, but unfortunately the Eternal engine was damaged, and we're not sure if we can fix it. Just relax. With my brains, we'll find a way to repair it.
Okay, that feels like maybe a setup for we're gonna get an airship later, which is cool. This guy's hat is really something. Okay. Alright, as I suspected, we're going to be examining the heck out of these tables, much like when we were in the kitchen. I'm really sad that Zola is not in my party because we're inevitably going to get some, like, experience and stuff. We're going to get so many things here. Eat up and feel better. It's been several months since I've seen food like this. It's also going to be very difficult to examine these tables because of how many NPCs there are. I'm just going to give all my SP to Shu so that he can get skill +4 as quickly as possible. Eat more, drink more, come on! So yeah, this is going to take a bit. Strap in, folks. We got to get all our nothings, all our free EXP and SP and little bits of money. Jabral has been saved. A toast to a magnificent king. Honestly, yeah, like Jabral seems pretty amazing. He's very magnanimous, you know, taking in refugees from all different other places without question, and like doing research on the Violet Cloud and Nene to like, sorry for bumping the mic there, to like figure out what's going on and try to figure out a way to mount a counterattack. It's no exaggeration to say that all our hard work was for this day. I will never forget fighting alongside the king as long as I live. Yeah, hoorah, broski. Jabral has been saved. Oh, we've already talked to you. Alright, we're examining. And I need to stop doing those little camera tilts. It's going to probably give me or somebody else motion sickness. I'll bet there'll be lots of presents. Presents? Who is Nene exactly? Is he a survivor from the ancient world? Oh, interesting theory, my guy. That's actually a good call. I hadn't even really thought about who Nene was as far as, like, that goes. Like, obviously we want to know, like, more about him, but not, like, what he might be attached to. The land shark should stop threatening Talta now. That's good. I wonder if the Taltans are going to just naturally go back or be asked to go back. You examined the turkey. I think Morrow is still a little bit behind on EXP. It's pretty much dead even now. Okay, so we'll just start splitting it evenly. Hello, waitress gal. I ran over here from Cafe Jabral. Have a good time. That pony. That's quite the pony. Very Toriyama pony. There's delicious food at every table. I'm getting dizzy from looking at it all. It's pretty impressive that not every table looks the same, too. A toast to the chief chef as well. Like, look at this tower of food. Apparently that's a cake. Oh, I found out that Kellalon is like a creature that is in a lot of Mistwalker games. I had mentioned yesterday that B started playing Lost Odyssey, and I was lurking in there last night. And Kellalons are enemies in that game. And I was like, I know that guy. The Cafe Jabral waitress is very cute. You are correct. She is very cute. Great job. This isn't much, but I want you to have it. Oh, special gift card? I don't think we've seen that item before. Wonder what that's about. Dun, 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 dun. Medals, huzzah. I just can't calm down. Is the battle really over? A second ago, I shared a glance with Secretary Shuria. I wonder if she has feelings for me. The king's stock is going to go up with this battle.
The expenses last night alone were about half of our expected military budget. If it hadn't been for you, we would have gone bankrupt.
It was a long, long battle, but we finally destroyed the tsunami vortex. Zola was the most valiant one of all, but I'm not too pleased. The men are disappointing. What could they have done without you outsiders? Ah, a man-hater. Part of Eternal Engine. The kitchen is a whirl of activity. So why are you out here, head chef? Here's the nice minister.
I'm so glad you're safe. You did well to emerge victorious. It was a terrible battle that could have been lost at any moment. This is a great accomplishment. You should be proud.
Alright, let's go talk to this guy who's passed out over here. I ate too much. I feel sick. He ate fast, apparently. We already talked to Zola yesterday, but I'll talk to her again. But where is Nene?
Lady Zola, what are you thinking?
Nothing, Marumoto. You just keep being lighthearted. That reminds me, the king has something he wanted to discuss with you later. Let me know when you're about to leave, got it? Lord, I ate too much. I ate 3 million calories. Nobody ate as much as me. 3 million calories. Brother. Magic is great, but it can be terrifying. You have to be careful to control your strength. Happiness to all our people. This celebration is for you. Enjoy it at your leisure. It's been a week since I left the lab. Am I funky? Funky. It's funny how, like, at least for me as a music person, the word funk and funky and all permutations, conjugations, first and foremost relate to musical ideas. But obviously, the word funk and its other permutations related to the more traditional definition first and foremost for a long time before it became a musical terminology. So I always forget about it. Right now, they're singing about your efforts in the streets. Of course, we can't really go crazy when the king has his ministers here. Why not? Did you see? When the mothership went down, I never knew victory would be so thrilling. Oh yeah, there was something... I forgot to mention this and write it down. There was something that kind of like zipped by right as the mothership was crashing, and I kind of missed it because I was like looking back and forth between my notebook. I need to go back and watch that cutscene. This is a victory to commemorate. This will be part of our great history.
You know me? Fought with you.
Yeah, we couldn't have done it without these Gorgos. For sure. They're unbelievably strong. Alright, I'm just spreading the little tiny experience yields evenly now. Our lips are smacking over the good food and we're drunk on the wine of victory. This is true happiness. This should put an end to all the strange things happening everywhere. That sounds a little short-sighted, my guy. Still giving all the SP to Shu, though. I thought you were just children, yet you did it. If you hadn't been here, we never would have won. Okay, table sufficiently examined. You really outdid yourselves. Let's go to Cafe Jabral sometime. They won't let me in. I want to go.
Me fought with small guy there.
It's cool that even they think we're cool.
I can't drink anymore. Cafe Jabral is also known as the hub of information. You can find out many things there.
I'm so glad there weren't any major casualties.
There weren't? That's surprising.
I run Cafe Jabral. Come by sometime.
Ooh, another special gift card. Give me skill +4.
Yes, it was electrifying. Our king fighting in such a great battle makes me so very proud of him. It's great food.
Alright, I feel like there's a couple things that I maybe missed in examining, but it's kind of hard.
Jabral can do nothing without Gorgos. Ha 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 ha.
You're worn out after the battle. Oh, nonsense. You're young. Eat up and you'll feel better soon.
Alright, we've talked to everybody. There's probably a few examinations on the tables that we've missed out on, but we're going to call it there. Let's go talk to King Jabral now and see what his propo is. Or should I talk to these guys first?
You fought well. Let's fight together again.
My portion of the feast. I hope there's some left. A battle to be remembered in history.
The victory was thanks to Captain Zola, and you too, of course.
It's not over yet. As the head of my kingdom, it is important to celebrate, but...
Oh, okay, okay, I thought that was going to be like a cutscene, maybe. Looks like I can't explore the castle in this state. So I guess we just have to try to leave. Zola said, talk to me before you go. But I'm assuming it's not actually a thing where we talk to her. Oh.
How do you like our celebrations? Have you enjoyed the food and conversation? Ready to leave?
Oh, it is. Okay, I was wrong.
All right, follow me.
Save content. Oh, before changing discs. Yes, okay, here it is. I was sort of right. That dungeon and like how it all culminated felt like a disc change moment. So, our very first thing in the notes today is going to be save slot 1 before disc change. Okay. Disc 2 is needed. Insert disc 2 now. Yes. Please insert disc 2. We have to savor these moments, folks. There's not too many gaming experiences left where we get to change discs. This is always a very profound and exciting moment for us in the PS1 days. The cool thing about changing discs in the Final Fantasy games, too, is that there was, like, unique art on the disc change screen. And that just made it feel very exciting as well. And there was also, there was the butterfly sensation of, like, you know, you've hit, like, a milestone in the game. But also there was a butterfly sensation, like, and I mean butterflies in your stomach, by the way. There was a butterfly sensation of, like, don't screw up the disc change. You know, it felt very, like, fragile. Like, oh, I got to do it in just the right order and be very gentle with the disc. And, like, hopefully the system can figure it out, you know. So we're savoring that as well. Most of the Xbox 360 RPGs are multi-disc, so... The more RPGs we play on 360, the more disc change nostalgia we'll get. Cutscene.
This situation is not yet over. At least, not until Nene has drawn his last breath. And that is why there is something that I must tell all of you. And only you.
Tell us what?
At daybreak tomorrow, I will have Zola head to the north.
North? Why north?
That's the direction Nene's Mekat was heading.
To the far north, there are some ancient ruins. We believe it is possible that these ruins might contain ancient machines of war. The ones that you heard about from the Mural people.
Nene may still be alive. And what if he succeeds in activating those machines? They are all ancient machines, just like the land shark. We might not be out of danger yet.
We'll go with you.
Moro's going too! Yeah.
Shu, you really are quite a dependable young man.
Well, we were the ones responsible for letting Nene get away, so we gotta do this.
Wow, Shu, you're actually saying something mature for a change.
Oh, gee, Klug, thanks a lot.
I'd feel a lot better if you guys would help me out.
Really, Lady Zola?
Okay, it's settled then.
Thank you. I am forever in your debt. I'm counting on you.
Okay, cool. I like everything that just happened. Let me finish writing here. So Jabral fears Nene will try to reactivate some ancient weapons. Shu insists that the party go along and that they take responsibility for Nene's escape. Okay, so Zola's back in the party. We didn't get any type of, like, pomp and circumstance fanfare to that. But I'm assuming it's official now, like I suspected. I also think that it's really cool that it's not that Zola is going to accompany us. We're going to accompany her. We don't know what dangers await us in the lands to the north. Be careful. His little bangs, tufts, wispies are really funny. They look like noodles or something. They're very bouncy. This is the throne room. Thanks, buddy. This is the throne room. Were these guys coached on what to say? Alright, and I guess we're given this opportunity to explore the castle again, but we've already explored the whole thing. I don't think that there were any doors that were locked. There might be, like, some different NPCs that we could talk to, I suppose, that weren't here before. But we've already examined everything in this castle, so I don't think we're going to need to do anything. I think the only room that we haven't been in was Jabral's quarters. But I don't know if we're going to be able to get in there. Oh my gosh, the little guy's doing something really cute in his room right now. Is this the king's room? Well, actually, we did go in here because it's not like a bedroom. It's like an office. Yeah, we talked to him in here. Maybe we can examine his chair. Now that he's not sitting in it? No. Okay. Yeah, I feel satisfied. I'm not going to comb through this whole area. There's some chests in the basement that we couldn't get. I guess maybe we should go talk to the guys at the lab before we leave. That might be the one thing worth doing. We might get some new information from those two researcher dudes. These are the two ministers' rooms, right? Minister John Vino. And then is this Zola's room? Pretty sure this is Zola's room. Yep, we went in here. Doom boom doom ding. I wonder... oh, I forgot to say this during the disc change. I'm not going to foolishly assume that the fact that we're now on disc 2 of 3 means that we are 1/3 of the way through the game, because that's just not how multi-disc games work. It's a trap that a lot of people seem to fall into. But I was gonna say, I wonder if you, like, take out all the cutscenes, if this whole game fits on one disc. I feel like usually the answer is yes, because that's usually what the bulk of what multi-disc games are. Like, the reason why they're multi-disc is because of all the FMVs and whatnot. Hey, brother, visit the Alamaru village too. Okay. The lounge. I really want to figure out what's going on with these chests. I want to figure out how to open them up. Alright, we're going to talk to this guy again. Okay, and this guy. Or wait, maybe not that guy. Maybe it's a different guy with the same outfit. Yeah, this is totally setting up, like, our ship for later on, I believe. Like, they're working on it. Okay, we're going to talk to every person with this outfit. I have all these chests written down in my notes. I just gotta have confidence that the game is gonna elucidate that at some point. Okay. No new information here. I mean, some of that was new information, I guess, technically. But nothing that led to anything. So I'm going to see if we can go to Cafe Jabral, because that's the only building in town that we haven't been to. I'm sure there's a lot of NPCs that have new dialogue because of the events of the story moving forward, but I don't think I want to go and talk to every single NPC in Jabral again, because there's so many. All these people probably have new dialogue as well, but I'm good. I'm good on that. Oh, and we need to talk to Nothing Man again as well. Toripo! This isn't where you said you were going to be next. I forgot what voice I gave this guy. I know it was Goofy.
Hey, over here. Long time no see.
His little shoes.
I heard you guys were fantastic. For being such superstars, a gift for you. By the way, I found a lot of other stuff. Want to take a little look?
Okay. So we're gonna buy some more stuff here. Let's think about this. The last time we shopped, we focused on mostly buying these class-up items. He only sells us one of everything per visit, and then the prices go up. These are like little stat boost items. Oh, we're in ads. Okay, I'll be right back.
This game's winner is Donkey Kong.
All right, welcome back, folks. Donkey Kong really taking charge of this matchup here. A bit of an upset. Donkey Kong, our 10th place fighter currently, 4-1 over our 8th place fighter, Luigi. Really thought Luigi was gonna do okay in this one. Luigi has a shot still at moving into 7th, very close to Samus. Donkey Kong could go into 9th and overtake Yoshi if he continues to steamroll Luigi. We'll see what happens. There's only 2 matchups left in the whole shebang after this. Up next, we'll have Mario versus Captain Falcon, and to close it all out, Samus versus Fox. It'll still take probably another week or so to get these matchups done. And then we'll start planning the big finale, which will be a special on-stream event where we'll do a seeded tournament bracket and some fun shenanigans, and we'll get to find out who is the best level 9 CPU of them all. But before we do the special Super Ads Bros finale stream, there will probably be a bit of a gap where we've finished all the matchups, but I'm still getting things ready for the special stream. So I'm going to go ahead and remind you guys, or slash announce, I guess, even though we've talked about it before, what the new ads thing is going to be. We had a breakthrough on Tuesday, thanks to Leadipus. Shout out again to Lee for this idea. I had always wanted to do something with Mario Party for ads. Even before we did Super Smash Bros. When I was trying to figure out some type of automated game on hardware to do during ads. And I couldn't figure out how to do Mario Party because I couldn't figure out how to, or it didn't seem like it was possible to do all CPUs. And then a while back, there was a breakthrough that illuminated, oh, actually you can do all CPU Mario Party. In quite a few of the games, you just have to start it with one human player, and then in the pause menu, you can switch the human player to CPU after the game starts on turn 1. Then the new problem became, well, a Mario Party game doesn't last long enough to cover a whole stream, and there's too many inputs to like set up a second or third game during the stream. And you know, the other problem is like seeing a, you know, even if there was a 5-hour Mario Party game, seeing like 4 to 5 chunks of 3 minutes, 3 to 5 minutes of it out of the whole 5 hours isn't really that compelling. And I don't know why I didn't think of something so simple, but Lee suggested, well, why don't you just pause the game and it only progresses during ads? So that's what we're going to try out. So I'll set up an automated Mario Party at the beginning of the stream. I'll pause it right on turn 1 after having switched it to all CPU players. And then during the ads, I will unpause it and the automated game will run until I'm ready to come back, and then I'll pause it. I just need to figure out the sweet spot for about a, you know, 25 to 30-ish minute game. And then I also need to figure out a workaround for whether or not we're going to be able to view the results. Because if you run an all CPU game, it just blows through the results screen, and it doesn't like wait for you to come and acknowledge that the game is over. So if the game ends while you're not looking at it, you're just going to come back to like the front title screen of the game. It's not going to show like a podium or a results screen or anything like that. And it would be cool to do something like we do with Smash Bros, where we like keep track of like the winningest characters and things like that. That would be fun. I would enjoy that. But we might not be able to do that. So we'll see. We're going to experiment with it. We're going to try it out. It might be a little bit more jumbled and less organized than the Smash Bros thing to start, but I think it will hone in and refine very quickly. So we might see a little bit of that before the actual Smash Bros finale event stream happens. So I just wanted to let y'all know that that's going to be like the new ads thing, with all but 100% certainty, because it's far and away the best idea that I have right now. And I'd rather try to workshop it into the right idea than try to come up with something else, because I've been trying to come up with something else for like a year and I haven't thought of it. So that's what we're rolling with. What was that? There was one more thing I was going to say about that. Oh, the thing that I think is actually going to be really great about it, I also mentioned this yesterday, you know, Smash Bros is great because you can tell it to play for an exact amount of time, and it matches up with the length of the ad break. So it's like, oh, 3-minute Smash match, 3-minute ad break, perfect. But realistically, for me, some of the ad breaks where I step away and I have to like do a couple of things before I can come back can sometimes be 5 minutes, or in some cases more, you know, if something pops up with the little guy and I need to take care of it or whatever. And so a lot of times the 3-minute smash match will happen, and then folks that aren't in the ads, or folks then come back from the ads, and everyone's just staring at a results screen for maybe another 3 minutes, which kind of blows. But what'll be nice about Mario Party is that won't happen. It'll just keep going. So there will always be something happening until I come back and pause the game again. So that'll help me feel a little less guilty. Not that that's a big aspect of it. And it'll just be, it'll continue to be something that people can look at during the break, which is cool. I like that. So I'm excited about it. Hopefully you are too. With whatever level of excitement you can bring to ads. Okay, we're shopping with Toripo. So the simple answer here is really just buy one of everything. But these rank up items are so much more high value to me than the stat up items. And because the stat up items like I can buy these later, you know? So I think what I'm actually going to do is not buy any of the stat up items. I haven't used any of the ones that I have anyways. And I want to continue to try to stockpile as many of these rank up items as I possibly can. So we have 200 medals. We're going to spend 50 here. And then all the prices are going to go up, but we should be able to shop again immediately. Yeah, so now all the rank up items cost 8. But all those stat up items that we didn't buy, they're still 4. And I feel like at some point, this guy's going to be in a static location, and we're going to be able to just buy whatever we want. So I'm going to focus on buying these rank up items, because we could potentially use them to get some people to max rank early, which would be really, really powerful. Okay, so we're not going to be able to buy another stack of these. We're going to run out of medals. Oh, we're just shy. If we had 90, we would be able to get one of everything. Okay, I'd like to get one more generalist. So maybe let me drop one of the other ones. What do I perceive as lowest value here? Or wait, actually, we have one extra of generalist and black and white mage already. So maybe I should drop one black. We really only have one black mage, so that kind of makes sense. There we go. I feel good about that.
Let me know if there's anything else related to the Aurora Ruins, okay?
Oh, that's where he said, wow, okay, Aurora Ruins, I now remember, is where he said we were going to see him next. And that is where we're going next. So let me take a look at my inventory now, actually. So we have 5 free rank ups for every job, and then we have 6 for a couple. And I believe max rank for everybody is 30. Oh, no, that's incorrect. That is incorrect. Okay, some of them go really high. Most of them cap out somewhere in the 30s. But barrier magic goes to 50, which is wild. But that looks like a very special use case. Yeah. So, other than that, it caps out at 30. And that's the only one like that. All the rest of them cap out in the 30s, but they're all different numbers. Which is interesting. 32, 36, 33, 35, 30/50, 35, 31, 33, 36. So I think what I'll do next time we see Toripo, I might use every medal that I have just for generalist hearts. Because basically what I'm imagining is the thing that we want to stockpile these for are the last X number of rank ups for each class per person, right? Because the higher someone's rank is, the higher value this item is. Because every rank needs more shadow points to go up than the last. So the distance between rank 35 generalist and rank 36 generalist is going to be the greatest amount of shadow points circumvented with a generalist heart, versus using it right now to go from rank 13 to rank 14 is a significantly lower of free shadow points, right? So I'm basically choosing long-term benefits over immediate benefits. And I think focusing on generalist with everybody is really smart, because those extra accessory and skill slots are just going to help us break the game. And it's also more time that we can spend in other classes earning more abilities the normal way than time spent in a lower stat pool generalist class just trying to get more skill slots. So I think that's going to be the smartest use. I'm just going to write this down right now. Next time we see Toripo, use all medals on generalist heart. Because the price scaling is per item. It's not per visit or anything like that. So whatever price all these items are at, they're going to stay at that price, presumably, based on what we've seen so far, until they get purchased again. So the price of the generalist heart is going to skyrocket the next time we do this. We might only be able to buy like 4 of them for 200 medals, you know? The price is going to start getting really, really high. But I still think that's the best play. Because, like, so far, based on looking at the skill list for all the classes, without a shadow of a doubt, we want everybody to have max rank for generalist. But for all the other classes, you know, there's only going to be, like, 1 to 3 party members that are going to go a long distance in that class. So we don't really need to stockpile all of these. So we can basically... well, let me back up a little bit. There's obviously a specific number of medals that you can collect in this game, right? I'm going to assume that I'm going to miss some of them, maybe a lot of them. I'm going to do my best to collect as many as I can. I'm going to examine everything. But inevitably, I'll probably miss some of them, because it's really easy to miss examinable objects in this game, despite just walking around and mashing the A button. We probably missed some at that feast. But if I front load buying these generalist hearts first, I have to assume that at some point, either Toripo will run out because there's a finite number of them in his inventory, or I will have enough generalist hearts where I can actually max everybody out and I don't need any more, and then I can start buying all the other ones, you know? And then if we get to a point where, like, everybody's maxed out in every class, or everybody's maxed out in the classes that we care about them being utilized in, then we could use the rest of our medals for the stat up items and just chip away at increasing people's stats incrementally, even though the reward really isn't that much. Like, even right now, increasing a stat by 1 point is not that high value, and the further we go in the game, it's just going to precipitously drop. You know, late game, increasing my agility by 1 just doesn't really feel that exciting. Obviously, if we have, 20 of those, it's going to make a difference, but that's going to be the last thing that I spend my medals on. Because I'd rather save time grinding the job points more than anything. Okay. I'm going to hop off my soapbox there. I don't need to save again. Let's go talk to the Nothing Man. Maybe we've hit 800 nothings since we last checked in. I don't think so. But we did... The last time that I was thinking we had found around 100, we had found like 200 and something, so we'll see.
My puppy and everyone are safe. We're all so thankful.
Yay, the girl found her puppy.
Shoo, Jiro, Klook, you're finally here. I was so worried.
Chief Kopos. Oh, this is the Talta chief. He looks just like the minister.
I heard you were doing a lot. You guys are the talk of the town. Go and greet the townspeople. I'm sure good things will come of it. You are truly the pride of Talta Village.
All right, well, change of plans. I guess we're going to talk to everybody. The chief said we should.
No more tsunamis. My love should be happy up there in the heavens.
Aw. All right, this is the Nothing Man. This is the guy who counts how many times we find nothing and gives us stuff. What's our count? 723. Okay, I was right. We're not quite at 800. But it's good to know where we're at. We'll probably hit 800 pretty soon. Get another special accessory. All right, let's talk to Jiro's parents.
Jiro, my fine young man, I'm very proud of you.
Father, I did my best. You did great, Jiro. Here's a gift from me. That's been in our family for generations. It's a mark of service to the Jabral royal family. I meant to give it to you when you came of age. Guard it well. Okay, so we're just getting handouts. New accessory. Let's check it out. Also, why would he have something that is... Like, do the Taltans have a storied history of serving the Jabral royal family? We didn't know that. There was no implications of that. Resists panic and increases magic attack. That's not that great. But if we run into something that specifically utilizes panic, then obviously that's good. But we don't need to give him that right now.
It's the heroes. Could I just touch you?
All right, kid. It's okay for you to say that because you're a kid, but that's weird. King Jabral even beat the tsunami vortex right after his return. Such a great ruler.
Shoo, you're stronger than the Blade Masters. You really can't judge people by their appearance, huh?
Well, we did kind of cheat by having magic.
Hey, how do you like Jabral? When you've seen enough, go back to the inn.
Oh, okay, we don't actually leave to go north. Thanks for that story heads up, my guy.
To marry into the family of a Blade Master is a big status symbol in this kingdom.
Okay, actually, this seems like the same dialogue. So maybe we just need to talk to people from Talta.
Show me your shadow.
All the kids are saying new stuff, though.
Protect us all from now on. Here's something for your services.
Ooh, 10 medals, thank you.
Thanks, kiddo. We will be sure to keep trying hard.
All right, maybe we do need to talk to everybody. Just a couple people said the same thing. I guess I'll like scan everybody's text boxes before I read them. And I'm only going to read them if it's new dialogue. Yeah, most of these are all the same. Ooh, Zephyr chocolate. Does that cast Zephyr on everybody? Okay, that kid didn't say anything new.
You were all fantastic. You've shown you're adults. You're free to come and go as you like.
Yay, we can go into Jabral Cafe now. Or Cafe Jabral? I think it's Cafe Jabral.
Shoo, thanks to you and your friends, we've all made it through.
Ooh, we got some examining to do, folks.
You sure made something of yourself for a snot-nosed kid.
Well, that was a little backhanded. This commotion ambient noise is a lot with no music.
The bodyguard service is shut down for now. Man still gotta eat, right? You sure are going places. I kinda envy you.
You guys are truly impressive. My boyfriend can't help but be jealous. 10 EXP. Alright, Zola, that's for you. Actually, let's check in on everybody's EXP. Yeah, Zola's a fair bit behind. So all EXP is going to go to Zola for a while. Look at this big old plant in the corner. My lord. More EXP. Thank you.
The girl there keeps making passes at me.
I'm making my move on that researcher over there. Why would they tell us this? Make your move, lady. Maybe he's not into women, though, so be respectful.
I'm here keeping an eye on the soldiers to make sure the party doesn't get too wild.
Yeah, you look like you're doing a great job. Can I talk to the waiter? Le waiter? Doesn't look like it. Maybe when he comes by here. It's weird. Some of these chairs I can walk between, and some of them I can't. It's like just these ones I can just so I can get on either side of this guy. Okay, I don't think I'm going to be able to talk to that guy. There is a door back there, but I think that's just for visual continuity and not an indication of anything.
Those soldiers next to us sure are loud. I know they're excited and want to celebrate, but...
Magic elixir. Oh, there's a piano in here.
This here is the most famous establishment in all of Jabral.
It's pretty underwhelming in here, actually, I gotta say.
That piano player is fantastic.
They're taking it easy on us with these tables here, too. It seems like there's just one thing to examine on each table, which is kind of nice.
I may just be a worthless old man, but the recent crisis and victory has opened my eyes. I've started to think that maybe I can be of some use to the young folks. If it helps to make your adventuring any easier, would you accept this?
Gramps, you can't do this.
Now show the old folks what good you can do. Good luck.
Why did he try to tell him that we wouldn't accept the medals?
Best thing to do after battle is come down here and party. Hey, buddy.
Huh? You talking to me? Do I know you?
Did you forget? I'm Johnny, your comrade in arms, who you pulled the cables with. Johnny, you really helped us out back there. Here, why don't you take this to remember it by? Charms are pretty popular among Jabral soldiers. Take good care of that one.
Okay. Thanks.
Hey, pal, wasn't I there with you too? What? Don't you recognize me?
I love how they're like calling attention to the fact that they all look the same.
It's not time for the performance, but if I don't practice, I'll lose my chops.
True. Is this piano made of like polished bronze? This thing is wild looking. What is going on? You can see the reflection of the roof rafters in the top of it, which is actually really wild. Oh, nice. We hit skill +4 for Shu. That is what we wanted. Are we gonna switch him to something else now? I don't think I wrote down a subsequent plan. Yeah, I just told him monk till 25, and then we realized, oh, we need skill +4. So now I've got to decide if I want to just keep him generalist. Because we'd have so much better stats and passives as a monk or a sword master. Well, I guess let's base it off of what abilities we have. We can kind of ping-pong back and forth. So basically, if we have more than one additional ability that we would like to have equipped, then we can, you know, go after an additional skill slot. But like right now, the only one I really care about equipping is this one that increases my attack potency. And this is actually great. This will incentivize me to stay as a generalist with Shu. And just keep working towards more skill slots. Because there's not really anything that we're super duper interested in Swordmaster or Monk. Welcome, you're my little heroes.
Maro is a hero.
Oh, you're so cute in person. Here, take this, would you?
Woohoo! Maro's so happy.
She's the star of this bar. I'm trying to win her over. Don't bug me, I'm busy. I'm just trying to examine this barrel. Chill, dude. Welcome to the Cafe Jabral. You have a special gift card, right? Yes. Exchanging the special gift card. Oh. Okay. So special gift cards give me a stat up item, I guess? That girl attracts a lot of people to this bar. Yeah. Okay. Hey, you're the kids who fought alongside King Jabral, aren't you? He's trying to play it cool, like he's not sure, when he obviously knows that we are. Okay, I think we've seen all there is to see in here. I can't get to that plant in the corner. This piano is still blowing me away, though. How shiny it is. Like, a normal grand piano is black, like painted black, and they are also very shiny and are kind of like this glossy and reflective. But to see that one that's like polished bronze or like copper is really wild. Pianos are made predominantly out of wood, like most instruments. And there's a good reason for that. If a piano was made out of metal, it would sound quite different, if I'm being charitable. It would probably sound really, really bad. Okay, let's talk to some Devi. Ooh, found a nothing we missed. That was a weird thing to say. That was also a weird thing to say. Okay, we got a item from the shopkeeper. Seems like these shopkeepers that aren't actually shops give us items as well that they didn't give us before. Also, I would like to try to check out the Gorgo village south of town. There's another nothing that we missed. Oh yes, this is the Redditor house. Do these guys say anything different? No. Okay. So I wonder... I guess I'll try to leave town before we sleep at the inn. To see if, Wait, what? This woman commissioned our portrait. Would it be alright with you if I sell it? What? Why would you commission someone's portrait just to sell it? That's weird. But also, if I say no, you can't sell it, does that mean I get it? I'm gonna say no. No? Oh, well, I guess I'll cancel the order. Oh. Oh, okay, I get to say this again. Wonderful. Take this as a token of my thanks. Oh, okay. There's only one correct answer. Thanks for letting me get it. Commissioning a portrait so that you can sell it. That I don't understand. I guess the implication is that, like, she's a shop owner and she realizes that people would pay money for our portrait, but she herself is not an artist, so she commissioned an artist to draw the portrait, and then she's going to try to sell it for a profit. Alright, continuing to scan. Townspeople. A lot of them are saying the same thing, but some of them are giving us items. Okay, he said something different, and I thought he was going to give me something, but he didn't. Did you hear? You're an action figure. What does that mean? Where can I get one? Okay, that's not new. We've already scoped out this shop. I'm sure it's going to have the same inventory. Did you see a young guy around here who does pun jokes? He's not funny at all, you know. Wait, who is she talking about? I don't remember that. Oh, this guy. Ah, dog poo. I canine believe it. I do remember that guy now. Accessory shop. Not going to go in there. Okay, further build up about the Gorgo south of the village. Could potentially be our first proper side quest. Oh, okay, so Alumaru is the name of the Gorgo village. Got it. Oh, I especially want to talk to the person who had the room for sale. Because they'll probably know us. Oh, wait, that's right. What do we do about this? There's treasure in here. And these guys kick us out. I forgot about this room. But they have to, like, actually detect you before they kick you out. We do have the stealth ability equipped. There's so much treasure in here. It could also be a thing where, like, maybe we need to go to the Gorgo village and do something for the Gorgos before they, like, accept us. And then we're able to freely explore this building and like, remembering that this is here is part of your reward for helping them. But we were able to examine, like, some of the stuff in this building. Okay, I'm gonna wait for him to turn around. We do, it probably doesn't matter, but we do have stealth equipped here, which is supposed to make it harder for enemies to spot us. And I doubt that that's being looked at right now. And I even further doubt that it would stack. I really feel like I could probably get this nearest chest, though, if he's, like, far enough away. Because it doesn't really seem like it's based off of, like, your position. It seems like it's based off of proximity. I don't know. Yeah, that does seem like it's based off of position. Alright, we'll just remember... I'll make a note. I won't remember, so I'll make a note. Gorgo house in Jabral, full of chests. Check after any events in Alamaru. Okay. Star in the margin, and we'll highlight it in green. Okay. Continuing on. See if we can scrounge up a few more items. Oh yeah, we have our negligent father in the item shop here. Forgot about him. Okay, it's one of those shops where he just lets you shop behind the counter. Very funny. We explored all of this thoroughly. Ooh, good cracks. Any more presents? You guys got any more gifts for me? Oh, this guy hasn't gotten the memo yet. He said he had a dream where the violet clouds went away, and then he said, I hope it comes true someday. Is that a chest on top of that building over there? I don't think so. Most of this dialogue is old. There's the lady with the accent. Man looking at the castle wall. What a way to be known. I'd rather be known as passersby or passerby. Okay, let's go in here again. I want to see what the landlord says now that we're like a known quantity.
Oh dear, goodness gracious, you are the little heroes, are you not? I heard the news of your deeds. Would you care to tarry a while in one of our rooms? We're on an adventure now, so we don't need one. I see. Well, if you're ever in need of a residence, please don't hesitate to call. Please be so kind to accept this trifle in recognition with your magnificent accomplishments.
Okay, so we probably will come back here at some point in exchange for a room. I'm not exactly sure what purpose that would serve. It wouldn't be a fast travel point. I don't think it would be like item storage. I strongly doubt it's like a decoratable Animal Crossing room to fill with knickknacks. Okay, I'm gonna see now... actually, let me talk to this kid really quick. Okay. I'm going to see if I can leave town onto the overworld. Just out of curiosity. Or is it going to keep me here because I need to go into the inn to save? Or to, like, progress the way that it wants me to progress. Okay, it's locked. I'm locked in. That's what I wanted to know. I'm sure we're going to get spit back out onto the world map very soon. And we'll probably have the option to go south instead of going north. I don't think it's going to force me to go north. It might. But this game hasn't... it hasn't given us a chance, really, to go off the beaten path yet. It's been entirely linear. There hasn't been, like, a side quest or an optional area yet. Which is fine. I don't really care. I prefer... If a game is going to lean one way or the other towards linear or non-linear, I would certainly prefer it to lean linear. Gobi's looking out the window.
You all really did a fantastic job. You must be tired today. Return to your room and rest.
Let me just make some quick rounds in the inn here and talk to the Taltons. Oh, what a nice thing to say, old lady. She called us the light. The light of Talta Village. I don't remember how many Taltons are in here. Tried to play with one hand, it didn't work. Okay. Uppity stairs. It's nice that it gives you multiple chances to explore this town, though. Like, if you did want to examine everything and talk to everybody, you're given multiple opportunities. So that's nice. I appreciate that. It can be a little bit stressful when you feel like you're constantly getting, like, kind of warped around by story flags to, like, required locations, and it's either difficult or impossible to revisit certain ones or certain instances of ones, and you get that completionist anxiety of like, oh, well, I probably missed something. Alright, so we're gonna go sleep in the hotel and see what happens this time. Hopefully something good and not something bad. Possibly a little character chat development moment. Accidentally said no. I guess I probably should have saved before this, but whatever.
Grandpa, we have to leave again. I'm sorry.
Good luck, my boy. Don't worry, the king's messenger told me everything.
He did?
Shu, you're truly becoming a man. You've gained power that very few others have. You must use it for the good of all people. But that doesn't mean I'm not going to worry about you. You should go and get some rest now, since you must leave tomorrow. And the rest of you, get some sleep.
Can I help you, Your Majesty?
It actually is not a matter of you doing anything for me.
Is something the matter?
Since you will be heading north, I thought you should have something to protect yourself. I would very much like you to have this. This has been in my family since ancient times. It is said that its gemstone contains incredible powers, and it has protected everyone from great kings to common soldiers in countless battles. And I believe it will most surely protect you. I mean, you and your friends as well.
This is most kind of you, Your Majesty.
Zola, that... in our kingdom, a ring adorning that finger signifies marriage.
But Your Majesty, this is the only finger it will fit on.
Okay, so the king has a crush on Zola because everyone does?
Huh. I was wondering where Zola was going this late at night.
They're in a good mood, huh?
Hey, maybe I should give Kluk a ring too.
Oh.
I mean, I know how the king feels. Zola's his friend, right?
You might
Oh.
have missed the point.
Oh, Shu.
Shoo!
Wow.
Can I ask you something?
Sure.
How do you feel about, Kluk?
Why are you asking me that?
Just wondering.
She's my friend. Both of you are. You're my good friends.
Oh, yeah, friends. Shu?
All right. What's going on? You're acting all weird.
Well, I just didn't know what your intention was when you said you were going to give Kluk a ring, but
Oh, that. Well, I just thought it was cool how the king gave Zola a ring, that's all.
Well then, how about we play a game?
What?
A game?
Yeah, let's see whose ring she likes better. We'll give her a choice, and she can pick the one she thinks is prettier.
This is a bad idea,
Well,
Jiro.
that sounds like fun. I like those types of games. I'm in. Just you wait, Jiro. She's definitely gonna pick mine.
You're an idiot, Jiro. That was a really bad idea.
In the world.
Okay, I was right. Character development is happening. Oh. Oh, we're going to do this right now. Okay, hold on a second. Let me write. So Shu jokes about giving Kluk a ring, and Jiro gets really flustered. Oh, it's actually raining now. He presses Shu for his intentions. And Shu is completely aloof and oblivious. Shu thinks that Jabral giving Zola a ring is purely platonic. Jiro suggests that he and Shu both give a ring to Kluk as a game to see
which one she picks. Oh, Jiro, you are gonna regret this, my guy. I can already tell. Okay, so is this going to be a minigame? And also, are there going to be two possible outcomes? That's the first thing I'm thinking. You know, is this like FF7 or Tales of Symphonia or something where there's like a hidden like affinity meter between characters that can like influence certain events or a specific event later on? We're going to save here. The fact that it's giving me a save right here seems really telling. Sorry for bumping the mic. We're going to save in slot 2. Before creating the ring. Hold on. I'm going to unplug my mic and replug it in really quick after bumping it. Okay. Sometimes it can get a bit of a really, really quiet buzz if the cable gets bumped. So I don't want that to happen. Okay. Here we go. Wait. Okay. That was a very confusing question. I'm glad that it did that because I forgot to save. Okay, let's see what happens here. I see. In that case, I'll make you a very special ring, and at a discount, too. Tutorial. How did we get into the rare accessory shop in the middle of the night, by the way? Make a ring to give to Kluk as a present. Start with 100 gold and a normal gemstone. Fabricate Shu's gem to set in the ring. You can buy the stones used for gem fabrication from the list to the left. The MP produced when combining stones is shown to the right. Blue indicates an increase in magic power, and red indicates a decrease. A indicates power, D indicates defense, MA indicates magic attack, and MD indicates magical defense power. To combine the gemstones, answer yes when you're asked to use this gem. The store will buy the powder left over from combining gemstones. The lower the magic power... Oh, magic power. Sorry, not... Wait. No, the first one does say powder. The lower the magic power, the more valuable the powder. Okay. To create the ring, answer yes when you're asked, shall I use this jewel to forge a ring? To keep working, answer no. Take turns with Jiro. The game is complete when you've both created a ring. You won't get back any leftover money, so don't be stingy. Okay. So I feel like there's probably two outcomes here. I think it's reasonable to assume that that Kluk is actually going to pick one of these rings, and it's going to be like a physical accessory that she can wear. And its properties will be based on the results of this minigame. Further, I think it will matter which one we pick. And I think my guess is that the two ways that this game can go is that you can make like the best ring that you possibly can with Shu so that she gets the most stat increase possible, and then she'll choose Shu's ring. Or you can like let Jiro win the minigame to like ham-fist the canonical relationship part of the story, but she doesn't get as much of a stat boost. I'm guessing that those are like the two possible outcomes. So let's see what happens here. So we have to choose how to spend 100 gold. Oh, we're in an ad. Okay, I'll be right back.
This game's winner is Donkey Kong.
All right, I'm back. DK is just sticking it to Luigi. Oh, the gold bars died. Let me fix those real quick. Okay, hold on. Where are you? Where are you, gold bars? There you are. There's the sub goal. There we go. And the bits bar. There we go. Why is this in here twice? Oh, huh. Never realized that. The Kofi one was actually 2 stacked on top of each other. Today I learned. And then I think I may need to do that again. Oh, no, we're good. Okay, cool. All right. Sorry, a little bit of extra time there. DK goes up 5-1 here. I forgot to update the on-screen score after the last one, so he's going to jump by 2. He's 1 away from clinching. And absolutely running away with it here. Making a mess of Luigi. Couple more wins, and DK should secure the tie for 9th place against Yoshi. It's going to be close. Luigi's still hoping to catch Samus in 7th place. He's only a 10th of a point away. But not looking good for him right now. Not looking good. Okay. Now we can come back to Blue Dragon. Thank you for waiting. I had to feed the puppies, and it's raining, so I needed to make sure that Nima actually ate. And she did, which is good. Okay, so we're in a minigame here. I'm assuming I'm going to get 100 gold every turn, and there's going to be multiple turns. Because how would I... Yeah, because it said we would get Princess Garnet. Nice reference there, Sakaguchi. It said that we would get money for our leftover powder. So I'm assuming there's going to be like multiple rounds of this. If I'm thinking about Kluk's primary functions here, I'm focusing on magic attack. This black zircon just increases everything evenly, and it's exactly 100 gold. But it also seems to increase magic attack more than anything. I guess this one increases it a little bit more. But it says that attack and magic defense go down from their... But they're not actually... They're just going down from, like, their base value. So I'm going to put a opal in there. And then he pays me 300 gold for what I didn't use. And so, okay, so I say no, and now Jiro gets a turn. Okay, so he took the black tourmaline. He says no. I'm assuming he's going to go as long as I go. I guess this could also be a thing where, like, the longer we go, the further it pushes Jiro's ring, and she's always going to pick Jiro's ring, and so we want to make him make the best ring possible. That could also be part of what's going on here. So let's look at some of these more expensive stones that are now available. We can increase magic attack. Maybe. This one is good. I feel like this one is a bit of a red flag here. The gym to make love come true. Like, I don't want Kluk to fall in love with Shu. I don't necessarily care if Kluk and Jiro end up together, but I don't want something to happen where it, like, shifts it to being Kluk and Shu, because that just doesn't make sense and I don't like it. So despite the amazing stat benefit here, I don't really want to do that. And I guess with the way that the first round went, I can only pick one at a time. So let me pick this Silent Peridot, and then see what we get left over. And then we're going to say no. Let's see what Jiro does. He's choosing the really low value crappy one. Okay, but he got good money. Alright, cool. So he's got more money than me now. That's good. So I should probably do, like, this one and then try to get some more money. I think. Yeah, let's do that. So we'll do Star Tourmaline. Get a little boost. And we're going to say no. Yes, he's doing the Turquoise of Love. Yes, go, Jiro, go. Turquoise of Love. Okay, he's got a little bit more money. So it looks like we can only use each jewel one time between the two of us. There's like a little icon for each one. So his AI is probably programmed to go after that one as soon as he can afford it, because of the implications. Also, this one has an MP icon, I just noticed. So yeah, I guess maybe the ideal way to play this minigame is to intentionally take all of the worst ones with Shu so that Jiro picks all the good ones. And that the ring that Shu makes really doesn't matter at all. I feel like it's going to be hard to tell exactly what's happening, though, until it's all said and done. And then we might have to, like, reload. Like, this one seems like kind of a bad choice. So should I, like, jump on this grenade so that he doesn't pick it? He's got 130... So I feel like he'll probably go for this one. He might go, well, actually, he might go for the Leaf Ruby as well. These are pretty similar. So maybe I should choose one of these other ones. This one's really bad, so let's try this one. Oh, we got a bunch of money. We got 1,000 gold. Okay, so our ring sucks now. Okay, good. He got some good money, too. Not a ton, but he got some. He didn't choose either of the ones that I thought he would. I feel like I'm right about how this works, though. Like, I should be picking the ones that I don't want him to pick. I want him to pick this Princess Garnet one. And now I can't tell which one of these has the MP ability because my ring already has it. But I'm pretty sure both of these have it. There's not really any left that aren't good. I guess I should choose this one because it lowers magic attack. And it's like at the top of his price range. I'd rather him choose one of these three. So let's do that. Let's take this one. We got some more money. Okay, now he's got the MP thing. That's perfect. That's what we wanted. Now he needs to get a bunch of money. Okay, he's got a good amount of money. Okay, cool. He's at 600 now. I want him to do Princess Garnet. I want him to pick this one. So what I should probably do is take this one. Because if he doesn't take Princess Garnet, I'd be okay with him taking either of these instead. But he won't be able to take any of the ones above this one. So I'm going to take this red onyx. Okay, he's taking the aquamarine. That really killed the attack. Oh, but he's going to get a lot of money. Nice. Okay, he's got a ton of cash now. Okay, let's see. He can afford all of these. Oh, there's an HP that he just picked up. Ooh. Okay, so there's 4 stones left. Money's not really a factor anymore. So basically, I should try to figure out which two of these I'd most like him to get. Princess Garnet and which one? What's the other one that I'd like for him to take? White Diamond has great attack and defense, but attack isn't that big of a deal for Kluk. I think Spiritual Moon is the one that I want to get rid of. I'd like to get rid of this one too. Because I don't want him to take this Ocean Topaz. I want him to take White Diamond and Princess Garnet. These are the ones that I want him to take. But I really don't want him to take this one. So I'll take this one. Yo, Sam, how are you? Nice to see you. What's going on? Welcome in. Alright, please take Princess Garnet. Okay, he's taking the White Diamond. That's fine. So we can take the Aquamarine or whatever it is. Please get money. Oh, wait, he's not going to be able to afford it. Shoot, he doesn't have 550. Crap. Okay, so we may want to do this again. To try to get the best outcome. I also kind of didn't catch on to what was going on here until we started. Oh, it's... Sorry, Sam. I have added the completely regular smile emote to my to my evil blocked emote collection. Because unfortunately it has also made it onto my naughty list. Not because of you or you using it right now.
Okay, you've both got rings now. You've cut and polished the gemstones well. It's been a while since I've made something so magnificent.
Oh, shoot, I should have read the descriptions. Statistically, they're very similar. Let's see what happens here.
For me?
Yep, they're good luck charms.
Shu and I tried making them. We saw King Jabral give Zola a ring. It was a good luck ring that had been in his family for generations.
Oh.
Okay, Jiro, are you ready? Here we go. Okay, which one?
Please choose, Kluk.
It's in a box and everything.
Do I really have to pick between the two?
Yeah, she only has one hand. She can only wear one ring.
Yep, come on, look. Mine's pretty, isn't it?
Mine is too.
Oh.
I just can't decide between them. They're both precious good luck charms to me. Thank you, Shu. Jiro.
It's possible that there's like 3 different cutscenes. 3 slightly different cutscenes here for different outcomes. But maybe it always happens that way. I'm tempted to immediately reset and retry it, though. Because even if the outcome is the same, I think we could make better rings now that I get it. But I'll wait till the cutscenes are done, because we can skip these on a second run.
This is... you don't understand.
That was a cool shot. I thought that scene was going to be longer. Oh, and now we're on the map. Okay. Mozzie, welcome in. How are you? Life's been super busy since the move. Oh, that's right. You moved. Haven't had much Twitch time. Been good there. Busy with the new job. Congrats on the move and the new job, Sam. I'm glad things are going well and you know, that your reason for being away isn't because things aren't going well. Which, you know, sometimes can be the case. Is there a way I can go back to the title screen? Yes. We're going to do that minigame again. Gobi, what are you whining about back there, huh? Come here, Bobo. Alright, let's do this minigame again. Now that I understand what's going on. Yeah, you're welcome, Sam. Happy for you. Nice to see you. Okay. We're gonna do this again. I don't need the tutorial. Okay, so I'm gonna operate under the assumption that she's gonna take both rings every time. But I feel like there's a formula here for the best possible ring. Last time, Jiro took this stone, And I feel like his AI is probably pretty fixed. And he's probably, like, predisposed to go after a specific stone. Like, his AI is probably like, check how much money is available, and then there's probably like a ranking list of stones that he's like most interested in from top to bottom, and he will buy the one that's at the top of the list if he can afford it, and if he can't buy the one that's at the top of the list, he'll go down to the list until he can afford one. That's probably how his AI works. And I don't think we're going to be able to figure out which stones he prefers. But assuming the AI is that simplistic, we can at least assume that on the first turn, he will take the black zircon if we don't take it. And now, I don't necessarily want to do this such that I make the worst ring possible. So we have to basically make a ring that is good at the things that Jiro's ring isn't good at, to just make sure that like we're bringing as much to the table as possible, I think is what I'm gonna go for here. I'm pretty sure we took this on the first turn last time. Rexy Pup, welcome in. Thank you for Heya. It has been a while. How you been? I don't... Okay, if my theory is correct, it's not going to matter too much what we take first go around here. These two are exactly the same, which is interesting. Actually, you know what? I think he took this on the first turn. I don't know. Let's see. Oh, Automod got you, Rexy, because it's making sure that you're not foreshadowing. You're all good. Yeah, we're doing this for a second time, because I'm interested. I'm going to take this first. Okay, we got a good money yield. Okay, he's taking the black zircon again. Good, that's what we want. It's super fun and annoying. I didn't find it annoying the first time. I just felt like the first couple of turns, I didn't really realize what was going on, so I want to do it again. And I just have some curiosity questions to see if I can answer. Okay, so he did not get very much money. So let's look at all the ones that he can afford and see which one we would most like him to take. We'd really like him to take this opal. I'm gonna take this one. You only found it annoying when you Googled what to do? Interesting. This seems very open-ended, so the idea of like what to do doesn't feel good. Like I don't like I'm sure there's like a most optimal way that somebody's figured out to do this, but I like the experimentation aspect of it. Okay, he got a little bit of money. We would like for him to go for probably this one. Oh no, he's definitely going to go for this. He's definitely going to go for this one. I think this is at the top of his list. Ooh, cookies sounds good. He should go straight for the turquoise of love. I would like for him to get the silent peridot. I'd prefer for him not to get the Angel's Emerald or the Ocean Topaz. So I'll try to get those two next. Alright, take the turquoise of love. Oh, okay, I was very wrong about him. Oh, that was very quick. Welcome back. Okay, give him a lot of money. Okay, good. The other one I don't want him to take is this one, so I'm going to take this one. Hopefully he takes Turquoise of Love next. I need some money. He's taking all the low value ones. Why is he doing that? I mean, this is kind of working out. He's maxing out the attacks, and we're going for mostly the defenses. So, maybe I should take this one, and hopefully he'll just continue in the direction that he's going. Okay, he's taken the garnet. Excellent. He's low on money now, though. He can't afford the Turquoise of Love. So, let's see. Oh, don't tell me how this works, Rexy. I don't want to know. I might leave this open for him and hope that he goes for it, because he might get some more money. Plus he'll get the MP. No, I haven't sussed anything out as far as, like, his AI. Yeah, I mean, I have to choose one of these. So I guess I take this one. This isn't the best outcome for me. But if I want him to choose this one or this one, this is my easiest path. So let's do it. Or wait, yeah, he's not going to be able to choose Turquoise of Love. So this will force him to choose the Opal. And hopefully he gets a lot of money. What's up, Cheaty? Welcome in. How are you? Alright, so he has to choose this one. Now he's got both of the HP MP deals. Okay, good. He got a ton of money. That's exactly what we wanted. Let's see. So there's only 4 left. We really want him to take this one. And he can't afford the other 2. So this will, if by taking this one, I'll force him to take the Turquoise of Love. We've got max magic defense, which is great. Wait, what? Oh, I don't get any more turns because I don't have money. I see. Okay, maybe he'll get like a big yield here. No. Okay, so this is going to end the minigame. Well, okay, let me take a quick look at these at the end. I should have screenshotted the first ones. Same descriptions. The stats are different, but I mean, both of the attacks being maxed is pretty great. We didn't use 2 of the stones, so I feel like that's probably worse. Like, having every stone used is probably the best outcome every time. But I'm still going to let this cutscene play out to see if anything's different.
Rings? For me?
Yep, they're good luck charms.
Shu and I tried making them. We saw King Jabral give Zola a ring. It was a good luck ring that had been in his family for generations.
Okay, Jiro, are you ready? Here we go. Okay, which one?
Please choose, Kluk.
Do I really have to pick between the two?
Mm-hmm. Yep, come on, look. Mine's pretty, isn't it?
Mine is too.
They're all so dumb.
Oh.
I just can't decide between them. They're both precious good luck charms.
Okay, pretty sure that was exactly the same.
Thank you, Shu. Jiro.
Somehow that wore me out.
Yeah, more than fighting monsters.
I think I'm okay with just this being the outcome. I think I'm satisfied. I don't feel the need to do that again.
Let's go.
Maybe there's a different way that it can happen. Maybe there's like some super perfect config of order of operations to make it hyper optimized. But I'm good with that. They are actual accessories. Wow. Okay, so these are huge upgrades. So we have them both in our inventory, and she can actually wear them, but she can't wear them both at the same time, despite what we saw in the cutscene. Because every character can only wear one ring. HP MP bonuses are the same. Defense is the same. Physical attack and magic defense are slightly different, but the magic attack is the biggest disparity. So it looks like Jiro's ring is the way to go. A few extra points of magic defense with Shu's ring is definitely not worth it. So we take Jiro's ring here. Which is perfect, because that's what we wanted canonically anyways. And I'm assuming... Oh, no. So only Kluk can wear those. And only Zola can wear King Jabral's ring. Which, obviously, she's going to put on. Okay, we'll look at the rest of that in a minute. Can I say something that's kind of related to the game? Isn't a spoiler, just a funny speedrun strat that involves the ring minigame? I don't think so, Rexy. I think it'll probably tell me about like an item or a mechanic that I have not seen. And I'm concerned about that. So I'm gonna reluctantly say no. Okay, let me commit this to a save. Post ring game. It might not seem like a spoiler to you, but it might seem like a spoiler to me. Yo, what's up, Zion? You took a bullet for me the other night. Just know a Zion always pays her debts. Okay, Zion, I'll be waiting. I'll be waiting for my recompense. Yo, what's up, Pops? How are you? Okay, so we're back out on the map. Oh, and look at this. We got a good old-fashioned crossroads here. A speedrun strat that they do. It's not a spoiler. Well, it might be a spoiler for me. Like, I consider mechanical things spoilers. So... it might be a spoiler for me. Okay, I have a little bit of a hard time with this compass. So we need to go south to reach the Gorgo village. So I'm going to assume that that's following this road. Also, is this going to be like a Dragon Quest kind of thing where we don't see random encounters if we stick to the road? That might be kind of cool. Oh, new enemies. A chief rolling ripper and a fanged skimmer. What names these are. You feel so bad not being able to catch much of the playthrough? Oh, don't worry about it, Pops. I know how it goes. Oh, that's what they look like. Okay, I could not tell on the map. Nice counter. Oh, they're weak. Yeah, this game's been really, really fun, Pops. Just like doing a lot of things that I really like for games to do. Mechanically, narratively. I'm very, very happy with it so far. It's doing a good job of like telegraphing things and keeping the momentum up and like a lot of little things that a lot of people might take for granted or not notice. Some very like specific attention to detail type things that I just am really, really appreciating. Oops, that was a little too far. These guys are tough. They're kind of Pokemon-y. It's shocking how nice of a game it is, considering it's almost 20 years old. Do you mean nice as in, like, friendly to the player, Rexy? Like, considerate to the player? Is that what you mean by nice? Or do you just mean nice as in, like, nice? I would say both are valid assessments. But yeah, I feel like I feel like I also understand, after coming this far, why this game flew under a lot of people's radar, or why some people aren't able to see it for what it is, and like weren't grabbed by it. Oh, hold on. Hold that thought. I need to check in on everybody's rank plans here. Jiro Guardian until 12. I believe he just hit that. Yep. And then we're going to switch him back to Barrier. Until when, I don't know. You know what? I'm actually going to change my mind here, and he's going to go straight to Generalist, because he needs skill +4 right away.
Silly.
We'll take this defense bonus. Nice as in the game is super fun to play, explains everything super well, combat's fun, everyone can be whatever class you want them to be. Yeah, it's very considerate. You can do silly things. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I totally agree, Rexy. It's very considerate of the player and like very mechanically well thought out. It kind of goes back to the idea that I've harped on a bunch of times in this playthrough, where the game has a very simple like tool set and language. Okay, Kluk is staying Black Mage until 24. But do I want to pivot in favor of skill +4? Let's take a look at her skills. I would like to give her this MP bonus. Well, I can give her that right now. So yeah, we can keep going as Black Mage for her. But that ties into this idea that I've landed on of like why I think certain people bounced off of this game or just found it unremarkable or uninteresting. I think all the people who, like anyone who is the kind of person that couldn't get into Final Fantasy IX because of the graphical style, probably didn't play this game either, for similar reasons. I feel pretty strongly about that. And I think anybody who isn't interested by the like lighter tone, like slightly lighter tone, but still overall serious plot, albeit straightforward plot of something like Final Fantasy V, probably also is uninterested in this game. Because it's not like dark enough or edgy enough or like serious enough or cerebral enough, you know, whatever. This game goes out of its way to be clear, which is something that I like, but some people don't seem to like, whether they realize it or not. Like if a game is like really straightforward in the type of story that it has, like, oh, it's a classic romanticism plot of good versus evil, light versus dark. Some people are resistant to that because they think it's like amateurish or childish, I guess, or like played out or tired or something. Like they think that it's like low effort or uninteresting or something like that. So I think any person who has that sort of a sentiment is also going to bounce off of this game. And I think all those things together kind of create like a knee-jerk gut reaction to this game that is only slightly inaccurate, but definitely incomplete. Like to where somebody might assess this game as being childish or for kids or too easy or too basic, too simplistic, etc., etc., etc. And so they think that it's not for them, and or it's not any good or whatever. That's something that I'm feeling. Because I feel like I've run into a lot of people who said they played the game but didn't get very far or didn't finish it or dropped it because they got distracted by something else that they were more interested in. And I feel like all of that kind of plays into the same ideas that I'm formulating. But from my perspective, it's like playing to a lot of my preferences. I like classic romanticism stories. I like straightforward, grounded plots. I like stories that lean on common themes and just tweak them slightly. You know, I don't see it as derivative. I see it as iterative. Or as an homage. Especially when the person making the game is somebody who established a lot of these tropes. You know, a lot of the ideas that some people playing JRPGs might think are like played out or overdone are regarded as such because they are tenets of one singular game designer, Hironobu Sakaguchi. Like, he did it for, like, you know, the first 6-ish Final Fantasies, and they were gangbusters successful. So a lot of other RPG designers copied a lot of those ideas because they were inspired by them and liked them and thought they were also good, or they strategically thought they would help make their game successful, you know, whatever it may be. So they became established traditions of the genre or subgenre. So it's like, so looking at this game and thinking, oh, it's just a big hodgepodge of overdone ideas, it's kind of like listening to like the 13th album of your favorite band, and like you know, being like, it sounds exactly like the last 3 albums. Or it's too similar. You know, whatever. It's like, well, you know, the person is like following their bliss. They're clearly doing the thing that they know and that they like and that they want to do. And I'm here for it. Yeah, I don't think if you play a game like this that it like says something about you. Like, oh, you like this game that's like not that difficult and has easy to understand systems? Wow, you must be some kind of low-level plebeian JRPG player, you know? Like, it's almost like a like a toxic ego kind of thing. It makes me think of people who like only like Final Fantasy Tactics and Final Fantasy VIII and Xenogears, you know, and the only RPGs that they want to play are ones where they can like min-max and like exploit and break everything, because that's like the highest level of play, and anything else is like insulting to their intelligence. Like, whatever, man. If it's good, it's good. A lot of people seem to fall into traps like that. And it's okay to like what you like, but don't be an elitist. Like, to say that something like this, that's very classic in like a literary sense, romanticism type of themes, to look at something like that and say, oh, it's so pedestrian, because you're juxtaposing it next to something like Final Fantasy Tactics' story that's like this low fantasy, nuanced, you know, very complex and murky, you know, kind of story that kind of is the opposite, and act like only one of them can be good, you know? Like, one can be preferential to your tastes, but that's not what you're saying. You're saying that, like, this one is just weak and, you know, lacking or pedestrian or whatever. And, you know, this is a shower fight. I'm speaking to no one in particular here, but I'm just kind of like honing in on why I think a lot of people haven't given this game any attention. You know, it's got bright, vivid colors and cute child characters. That's an immediate no for so many people. And even people who do try it, look at that item just floating in the air. Even for people who do try it, the aesthetics can also hold back their ability to acknowledge that the storyline is serious. You know, like, despite the game's whimsical look and tone, the story is still serious. There's like catastrophe happening to these people, and they don't have a way to defend themselves against it, and they're being oppressed and terrorized, and we are doing everything that we can to try and stop the person that we believe is behind it. Like, that's a very serious and sincere plot. It doesn't matter if it's basic or easy to understand, it's still serious. And even though there's humor in the game, and it's lighthearted in its presentation and its tone, and there's humor speckled throughout, it doesn't mean the game is wholly goofy, you know? That happens a lot to Final Fantasy V. I think it's a good comparison. You know, people will say, oh yeah, Final Fantasy V, that's the goofy one. That one's the silly one. And like, yeah, there's a lot of silly stuff in FF5. It's probably the silliest one, but its story isn't silly. You know, it's still like a world-shattering disaster that you're trying to prevent with very heavy implications. And I take issue with that. The Exile Forest. Okay, this does not look like the Grogu village that we thought it would be. You've never completed a Final Fantasy game, Rexy, or a Dragon Quest. Interesting. Have you played many, or is it just something that you haven't messed around with?
Go away.
Hello? Who's there?
You must not enter.
Hey, where are you?
Don't.
Why not?
This mist is dangerous.
You are correct. This is the land of exile, where the banished ones live in the cursed mist.
What? Then, why are you here?
Good
Were you
question.
banished?
Yes, I am a criminal.
So scared!
Travelers, if you could, would you be so kind as to go
Gorgo.
to the village of the Gorgo tribe? Once there, tell my dear Sarah not to ring the bell and to forget.
Oh.
Forget what?
Sarah will know what that means.
It must be something personal, Shu.
All right then. We really don't know what your reasons are, but sure, we'll help you out. Just head to the Gorgo village, right?
The Gorgo tribe. That's the one with all those giants.
It's not too far from here. We can be the messengers.
Thank you. I'm counting on you.
Interesting. I wonder if I'm actually going to be allowed to go in there against their wishes. Let me write really quick. So we need to meet with Surah in Gorgo village. About a criminal in the what is it called? Forest of Exile? You can't proceed any further. Okay. In the Forest of Exile. Okay, highlight this in green. And Sarah must not ring the bell. I don't really know what that means, if that's literal or figurative. Maybe this is like a small dungeon area that we need to make our way through to get to Gorgo Village. Because I feel pretty confident that we were going south, which was the indicated direction. So I'm going to keep going this way a little bit. We'll see what we run into. We'll kick some rocks. Which is a synonym for get lost. So that kind of works. Oh, you've played a bunch of Final Fantasies and Dragon Quests. Oh, that's it. Okay. So yeah, we did just have to pass through here. You're just giga lazy. Mainly enjoy online PvP. I see. So yeah, it's a commitment thing. That's fair enough. So it's mostly just like an RPG thing. That makes sense. Whoa. A pink grunt. That's a big dinosaur. He's scary. I kind of want to try fighting him, though. Okay, there's two of them. That weapon is very scary, too. Let's hit him with a ground. Okay, that's really good damage. Okay, they can poison. Okay, 42 damage on a critical is nothing to worry about. They have huge defense. Okay, let's focus in on one. We're not going to bother with mowdowns. We can just rip a Zephyr here preemptively. You got commitment issues? Excuse me. We do have an ad coming up pretty soon here. Let me see if I can get out of this battle. Gonna hit you with a flare. Oops, that was a little too far. So maybe Zola can save us some MP. Alright, it looks like we are finally at a point in this game where we're going to be allowed to do something that's not required. So that's pretty cool. That's like the perfect thing to happen on the second disc of an RPG, is for things to like open up a little bit. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and run the ad break. I'm going to stay in this text box so I don't get attacked by anything, and I'll see y'all in about 3 minutes. Thanks for being here. All right, there it is. Donkey Kong clinching the matchup, 6-1, absolutely trouncing Luigi. It's not looking good for Green Mario. DK still not quite catching up to Yoshi in 9th, but if this run continues and he just kind of sweeps Luigi, he should have it. We'll see. Although DK's average is actually currently not looking at the current matchup. Need to get him updated. There's a bit of a kerfuffle with the data here because if it looks at the current matchup, the data gets a little skewed, but if it doesn't look at the current matchup, it's also a little skewed. So yeah, that actually moved DK down quite a bit. If he goes 10-1 here, it still won't be enough to get him into 9th place. So Yoshi is actually safe. Whereas, let's take a look at Luigi here. I think Luigi's stat view is updated. No, it's not. Okay, so let's do that. Okay, so with that, Luigi actually gets pushed down a little bit and is now tied with Yoshi. So Yoshi just moved up a little bit, technically. Same score, but instead of being in 9th, he's now tied with Luigi for 8th. Let's see what it would take for Luigi to catch Samus. How many rounds are left? There are 4 rounds left, so if he can win all 4 of them, it still wouldn't be enough to overtake Samus. So really nobody can do anything to improve their overall ranking here. So it kind of doesn't matter how the rest of this matchup goes, but we're still going to get those statistics before we, you know, call it and move on. I'm actually just going to really quick update my my deal here to its final viewpoint. We'll have the stats move around a little bit here. Okay, now why does Captain Falcon not get an 11 here? Is one of my Sea Falcons, like, misspelled? One second. Oh, I bet one of them has a space after it. Okay, one second. Sorry, I gotta figure this out. Syntax is so important when you're doing arithmetic. Huh. None of them have a space after it. Okay, I can't figure out what's going on here. This number should be an 11, but it's a 10. And I can't figure out why. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I don't know why one of these isn't being considered. Well, I guess I can just get rid of the formula and put an 11 here. All right. Wow, that shifted the standings dramatically. But again, this is like slightly inaccurate. Well, actually, this is accurate except for 4 characters. This is more accurate for everybody except for the... Well, actually, that's not true. For half of the characters, the stats are now kind of inaccurate. So it's a little messy. But we're going to leave it as is, because I think that's better. Anyways, nobody cares about this stuff except for me. Let's go back to the game. I'm not interested in like taking a bunch of randos to level up. I just want to fight every different enemy at least once. Oh, have a good walk and good rest of your night, Rexy. Thanks for hanging out. Ah, here we go. Gorgo Village. Alumaru Village. Save point. Let her rip. Slot 4. Alumaru Village. It's also a nice little world building detail that the Gorgo call this place Alumaru, and all non-Gorgo people call this Gorgo Village. Ooh, warp key. Nice. Oh, we can examine all these little ferns. Okay. Good to know. Time to examine a bunch of stuff. Are y'all excited? I am. And talk to a bunch of people.
We are guards. It's a good job to guard the village.
We won't let bad people in.
Well, thanks for letting me in, and therefore confirming that I'm not bad.
Don't stir things up here. We don't like people who do that.
Can you imagine anyone messing with these guys?
The Gorgo tribe are all good people. Please relax here.
Wow, this place does look pretty serene and beautiful. You probably aren't going to let me by, huh?
This road, falling apart, dangerous, can't take it during inspection.
I like that he's guarding it not because there's something that we can't see or can't have, but because for our safety. He's like a safety officer. Okay, I can't examine these posts. What's twinkling over there? Guess it's just like the water surface texture. Ooh, cutscene. Nice, Morrow. Just yelling for...
Are you looking for Sarah Sarah?
We were asked to deliver a message to Sarah Sarah by an exile from your village.
What? Did you see Guru Guru?
Guru Guru?
Guru Guru?
Yes.
Like from Zelda?
He stole the gemstone awarded by King Jabral and tried to steal the holy power inside for himself. He's despicable.
The village chief Jilala managed to catch him and sent him to the land of exile.
A gem? It must be the gem that the previous king of Jabral sent to celebrate the many years of peaceful trade with your village. And like this ring, it encases the legendary power of the Jabral royal family.
You'll find Surah Surah ahead near the bell tower. She says she made a promise to Guru Guru to ring the bell.
Everybody tells her that he's not coming back, but Sarah Sarah is convinced he is.
Okay. So, Guru Guru attempted to steal a special gemstone from the Gorgo tribe, or the Gorgo chief, specifically. Well, no, the chief caught him. From the Gorgo tribe that was gifted to them by the previous king of Jabral. He was caught by the chief. And exiled. Sirah awaits his return. Okay, so this leads me to believe that maybe if we do this side quest, we're gonna maybe end up with that powerful ring for ourselves. The bell tower's in the square over there. You can see it, right? Yes, thank you. I know I'm short, but... Sirah rings the bell every day. It's sad to see her. Yo, what's up, ma'am? How are you? How's it going, my dude? Look at this nice little mound. Well, this place looks pretty large. It looks like it's a similar size to Jabral, actually, like square footage-wise, but probably less to inspect and fewer NPCs, so. 10 EXP for Zola. Zola is still quite a bit behind, yeah. SP is going to Shu right now. Hell yeah, nothing. Give me all your nothing. God, they're so big. A snowmobile trip? That's very Minnesotan. I don't even really know what that means. I can only guess. Jilala brings many things from Jabal for us. These guys look like, God, what was that guy's name in, Dragon Ball? Deborah? The red guy that was with Boo and Babidi. Okay, do you have anything that, like, I don't already have? So far, every item shop is exactly the same. Yeah. We got a lot of money. So we're interested in accessories and weapons. These guys are so big that we can't even see their faces without changing the camera. Like, why didn't they make the scaffolding of this higher so that they could actually see out? Okay, so this is all the Jabral stuff. We've had access to this before. I don't remember it being this expensive, though. Well, luckily we don't need any of those. They kind of suck. Ooh, new scrolls. A level 2 Zephyr, please. Grounda, Extracta. Panic. This is what we're going to spend all our money on. Kellalon. Shella. Resista. I might regret this because we can probably find a lot of these. Wait. We need to equip Negotiate. That was a close one. Kluk. Trade this for Negotiate. The last time we used this, it cut all the prices in half. Which is nuts. That the passive skill would be that good. And all you have to do is just remember to equip it before you shop. There we go. Just saved like 10,000 G. Good job, Kluk. And we can swap that back out. Beautiful. Alright, we got a bunch of new spells. Now let's loot this shop. This is a nice song. This is not a new song. We've heard this song in a couple other areas so far, but I do really like it. Nice. There's a nice chunk of experience for Zola. She needs a lot more. SP for Shu. Alright, we're all done in here. Let's see. How do I want to methodically scrape my way through this village and not miss stuff? I think I'm going to do down here first. Wait, are these the same people? Did they move? I don't think so.
She can't forget Guru Guru. Honestly, I can't bear to see her.
Oop, we got a green sealed chest. Another one to add to the list. Add to the list. Add to the right. Ah, more EXP. You know, we talked about, like, how I've kind of been mentally honing in on players that bounced off of, like, what types of gamers dismissed or bounced off of this game. It's definitely worth noting that this mechanic of, like, examining everything would also probably repel a lot of people, because they would see the depth of the yield, you know, like they would recognize, oh wow, the quantity of items that can be, you know, gleaned from examining everything is massive, but I don't want to do that. That's like so boring to me to like walk around and press A everywhere. But if I choose not to do that and play the whole game without examining everything, I feel like I'm just missing out on so many things. And I think that would be actually a valid criticism. I personally love it and I don't mind, but I completely recognize that a lot of people would probably be like, well, this kind of sucks. Like, yeah, I don't have to do it, but it would be valid to feel like a FOMO of sorts for not doing it, you know, because you can't be bothered. Okay. Green. Wait, let me actually, I want to go back to the last time I wrote down one of these chests because I've forgotten my formatting and I want it to be the same. Okay, it's a blue highlight. Got it. Okay. So, Alumaru Village. West near shop. parentheses green. And we're going to highlight all of these in blue. Because someday we're going to figure out how to open all these. And I'm going to go back and get them all. But we haven't figured it out yet. Now that the game is kind of like opened up a little bit and there's going to be optional stuff, I feel like this is probably a decent time for that to happen. I mean, we've been free to move about the overworld and like warp in this game since the beginning, which is really cool and quite unprecedented. But we've still been on like a linear path as far as progression goes, and this is the first time that we have multiple things we can do.
My master, Professor, he teaches me many things about the past.
I like that these guys have scholarly pursuits too, and they're not all just meatheads. So much EXP! Or, I should say, so many instances of EXP. It's really not all that much EXP. But many instances. Yo, what's up, Gooby? How you doing? Welcome, welcome. I would like to examine this thing you're standing in front of. Oh, apparently I can't. Am Goobin, glad to hear.
The Gorgo have a distinct mythology and history. What is called one tribe has the history of two tribes.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Do you want to hear about our history?
Yes, I do.
The Gorgo beastfolk worship the divine Gorgo. That is a historical pitfall they're trapped in.
Okay. So the big buff guys are the beast folk? Okay. Let's see here. Gorgo, beast folk, worship the divine Gorgo. Why is that a historical pitfall?
In actuality, the Gorgo beastfolk are superior. They had no gods and survived by believing in themselves. But to preserve themselves, a smaller-bodied lesser Gorgo split away and, as the divine Gorgo, brought prosperity to this land. You can read the rest of his tale in books.
Okay, so he has like a humanistic perspective. Okay, well, let's just keep reading. I'll try to digest this a little bit more. Gorgo Mythology Part 1. In the distant past, when the law of nature prevailed and the weak were destined to die, there lived a strong, noble people traveling the charred wastelands left after a terrible war. They were the powerful Gorgo beastfolk. During their journey of 1,000,000 nights, the weak among them fell behind, choosing to remain in the forest. They became known as the Lesser Gorgo. Okay. Thank you for triggering the VGMCon bot, Gooby. Yes, everyone go. I've been plugging heavy the last couple weeks. Mythology Part 2. The leader of the Gorgo beastfolk was the hero Gingaga. The great Gingaga had feelings for Donna, a maiden of the Lesser Gorgo, but her people had not the strength to continue the journey. Donna chose to remain in the forest. She told Gingaga, "I shall forever await you. My love shall protect you, and one day perhaps call you back to this land. Then the strong Gorgo will be made stronger still." Okay, this is very, like, mythological. You know, it doesn't sound like a real story kind of thing. The Gorgo giants journeyed on, crossing countless seas and surmounting countless mountains. Their numbers dwindled and their strength waned until only their noble spirit sustained them. Then one fateful night, they encountered a sinister monster barring their way. The hero Gingaga challenged the monster to do battle. All came to an end. A deep, dark sleep fell upon them. What? What do you mean? Part 4. Gingaga awoke in a forest that seemed strangely familiar. They were alive. They were still alive. And before him was the smiling face of Donna of the Lesser Gorgo. He proclaimed, "It is as Donna foretold. The Lesser Gorgo are our saviors. By protecting and revering them, the Gorgo giants will become stronger." The maiden Donna soon gave birth to a child possessing wisdom, beauty, and strength. Okay, is this going to be like their, like, prophet figure? The family born of the Gorgo beastfolk and the Lesser Gorgo were revered as gods. The Gorgo beastfolk protected them, believing that this line would produce mighty offspring like the great hero Gingaga. The descendants we vow to protect are the Lesser Gorgo, the Divine Gorgo. Praise be upon them, and may they bring great blessings and prosperity upon all the Gorgo people. The end. I love when I read a historical or a mythological account and it says "the end" at the end, to really make it feel true. Okay, so it sounds like the big beefy meatheads are the Gorgo beastfolk, and then these ones that look more like people are the Lesser Gorgo. What do you think of Gorgo mythology? It tells us that we are the descendants of Gingaga and Donna. But there were no children between those two Gorgos after that. How should we view that? Sometimes a belief system leads people in mistaken directions. A false dogma spread in the blink of an eye and held the Gorgo beastfolk captive. Having faith is not a bad thing, but I believe that living nobly with faith and a strong spirit is also beautiful. The sight of Gorgo beastfolk who were given a god, pledging their loyalty, that too is beautiful. However, I also believe that a people who are searching for themselves, as they tremble in solitude, is also a beautiful thing. Wow, this is unprecedentedly complex for this game. This is like Xenogears type stuff in our Blue Dragon. I really dig it. He's basically like, you know, comparing religion to humanism and taking a look at like how it had a practical effect on like the evolution of this this people, the Gorgo. Pretty cool. And he's not necessarily like anti-religion, but he's anti-religion as like a soul driving force, or a means to an end, or I don't know the best way to describe that, but he clearly doesn't want it to control everything. Oh, I got stinky because I inspected the fish. Awesome. Sarasara's friend's house, okay. Naturally, I'm entitled to everything they have. Look at this guy just hands akimbo, staring at me as I rob him. I'll talk to you in a moment, once I've taken you for all you're worth. Mega magical medicine. Okay, now I talk to you. Chalina's servant. I look after my master here. Sarasara is master's best friend. Very pretty. Okay, so Chalina is friend of Sarasara. The strainer. Apparently that's a strainer. Thought it was just a shallow basket. We got an instrument here. Two different instruments. We have so many battle items that we've never used. We've literally never used a battle item. And we probably have hundreds of them. That's definitely a reflection of my playstyle more than anything. Okay, Chelina. Hello. I am Sarasara's best friend. Give her Guru Guru's message. Okay. Word travels fast. I don't get why Sarasara can't just go talk to him like we did, but it's because video game. Okay, I think we've explored this entire side of the village, and that other guy is blocking us from going to the other side, so we can work our way this direction.
Gorgos, much kinder than they look. You should see their houses.
Yeah, we've taken a look. Look at this nice little amphitheater here. Ooh, chest. Gorgo elixir. I'm not Sarasara. She's over there. Okay. Scratched and can't be read. Okay. Oh, there's a whole other side of the village over here. Nice. Okay. Well, naturally, we're going to talk to Sarasara dead last when we can't do anything else here, so keep working our way around. Is that a little bug? Oh, it's a bird. Tiny bird hopping around. Oh, but you're not going to let me go this way.
I will wait for Jilala forever. We are very patient. As Jilala has said, you cannot come in here.
Oh, and then this bridge is broken. And then this is all blocked off by that other big guy. Okay, so half of the village is blocked off. Probably until we resolve this plot thread. Let me see if I can examine any of these columns. No. Okay. Don't think there's anything out here. So we're going to go talk to Sarasara. What she say?
Sarasara?
Frozen.
Guru asked us to come.
You saw Guru? He said not to ring the bell and to forget. I see.
So she rings it. Okay.
I'm ringing the bell to say that I won't ever forget about him, and I will never stop.
Is that Laura Bailey?
I know he didn't steal that gemstone. Someone else did, and he took the
No,
blame.
it's not.
So you're saying he was set up?
Oh, interesting.
You need to stop ringing the bell.
Well, he looks not evil.
Guru has been sent indefinitely to the land of exile. He'll never return to the village. Why don't you come to my place?
Ugh.
I told you before, I will never go with you.
I guess I have no choice. As we promised, we'll just take the bell away.
I think that's the same voice actor as Ziggy from Xenosaga.
Don't do that!
This way, you can't ring the bell anymore. Just give up. You can live with me at my place, anytime.
No! The bell! It brings out my feelings to him.
That stinks! He's a real jerk!
Is that the village chief, Jilala?
Yes. He's a disgusting man who's been trying to force himself on me for a long time. I'm sure he's the one who stole the gem.
Hmm.
Huh? Really?
But wasn't it his to begin with?
Proof?
Unfortunately, no. But it's said that he was made village chief under suspicious circumstances.
Okay. So Jilala is trying to force himself upon Surasura. He became village chief under suspicious circumstances. He takes the bell out. Wow, I can't spell. Of the Central Plaza. And I guess it's now story relevant to say that Jilala has half of the town blocked off and inaccessible. Okay, let's talk to her again. What was Jilala thinking taking away the bell? Oh, these guys moved out of the way. Okay, the town is no longer blocked off. Just needed to get through that cutscene. Okay, well, let's go this way, and I'm sure we're going to learn some more. So, Jilala seems like a really bad dude. In, like, the most obvious Disney villain kind of way. But let's see what we can learn. Jilala lives in that house over there. He became the village chief, and our village got better. Okay, so, like, everybody on this side of town is, like, a Jilala fan, probably. They were pretty neutral about him on the other side of town. Maybe it's kind of like a... They don't want to say anything bad because bad things might happen to them. This is where Guru Guru and Surasura lived, but there was a fire after Guru Guru left. Since Surasura was homeless, Jilala offered her assistance and a place to live. But Surasura turned the offer down. Now she lives with her friend. She's unusual, that Surasura. It might be her lover's doing. Okay, yeah, so everybody on this side of the town is dumb or brainwashed by Jilala. I want to write down Jilala destroyed the home of Surasura and Guru Guru after his exile to try to force her to live with him. This is why she lives with her friend. Was it Chelina? I think it was Chelina.
This feels like it's borrowed from some like folklore fairy tale, like classic, you know, like a, this sounds like the setup for like a romance novel where some like rich and powerful man was like jealous of some like poor man's, you know, beautiful wife and like their loving relationship. So he like destroyed everything that he could about the man to try to like make the wife accessible to himself and like try to win her over and like basically buy her, and it didn't work, you know, and then he's like resentful or something. I feel like that's the setup for like a bunch of like classic stories. My A button is starting to stick. Might need to clean this controller again, or just give it a little dab of grease. I've got a little bit I could utilize.
I don't have any money to get into the inn. I really want to see Kururin's dance.
Okay. We'll go in there in a second. Oh, we got Stinky again. I don't know if we even stopped being Stinky from the last fish. Okay, can't examine the center barrel. Can't go behind.
Kururin, Kururin, Kururin. That's all the boys say. What's so great about that older woman?
Oh, she's older. Oh, different birds. Look at those neat birds. They look like they have hats on. Those lily pads are cool too. Wonder why they have all these little canoes around. Are they like fishermen, or... Because they have this dock system to get around, so I don't think they're using the boats to get around town. And they don't really look like people who would enjoy being in the water. Okay, that guy's just moved out of the way now. Okay. Alright, now let's go in the inn. And then we'll go to... what's his name? Jilala. Jilala's house. And confront the jerk. If we can. This song. What? I wasn't ready for cheesy organ. It's loungy in here. Don't mind me, folks. Enjoy your show. Just gonna do some robbing. Oh, nobody's on stage. They're just staring at nothing. Come on, Zola. Catch up. She missed a boss battle, so it's gonna take a while.
Kururin's show hasn't started yet. We've been waiting for Kururin since sunrise.
Sheesh. Ah, there's a 50. Nice.
Welcome. One night costs 30 gold. Do you want to stay?
I probably will in a minute.
Oh, I can't wait for the Kurudin dance.
All right, we got an upstairs. Oh, no cheesy music up here. Okay. It's quite dark in here as well. If you're having trouble seeing anything other than Shu and the HUD on your screen, just know that you're not alone. But I'm gonna trust past experiences. Usually when I look up at the capture on the screen and I'm like, oh no, they can't see anything, everyone's like, no, it's fine. We can see it. Okay, this room. It's also interesting that there's a precedent of beds not being examinable. I don't think we've ever examined a bed. It's like the one thing, like the one furniture type everywhere that we've gone that's not something you can examine. Interesting choice. There's probably a reason for that. Okay. Is there a way that I can, like, watch this show? Let me try sleeping at the inn. See if something happens. Roads. Time to wake up, as if I'm not already awake being out here. That's funny. All right. Well, this might just be an event that we're not meant to see yet, and we need to do other stuff first. So let's go check out Jilala's place. See what he's got going on. And of course his house is the only one that's not like a straw hut. It's like an actual house. It's got a stone wall around it. Treasure chest outside. 1,000 gold. Don't mind if I do. Hi, Gobi. Gobi is really bored. She wants to go outside and play. Because we haven't done anything all week. And her play buddy is not happy today because it's rainy. So she's been hiding in the closet all day. No one's paying any attention to poor old Gobo. And we can't go outside and, like, walk or play or anything because it's wet. It's not cold yet, but it's very wet. So she's just going to sit here and stare at me until I'm done. And then try to make me do something. Oh. I heard something from behind the building. Let's check it out. Oh, I wonder if I should have tried to go in first. There's like a whole area out there. Let me talk to this guy real quick. This is Jilala's residence. Persons having no business here cannot enter. Come back after you've made an appointment. Okay, yeah, we can't go in there. Let's go this way first. Yeah, there's some bad weather in a lot of places right now and into this weekend. It shouldn't be very eventful here, but we'll see. The most annoying thing that we'll have to deal with is that pretty much all next week there's like a chance of freezing overnight. So we just have to watch, like, you know, our hot water usage. But I think it's very unlikely that it gets bad enough for us to like have like power outages or anything like that. There's not really anything that serious in the forecast like there has been in the past when we've had big winter events. And neither of us have to go anywhere. So like, the only place that we would go is to the grocery store. The lady doesn't have to commute to work anymore, and obviously I don't have to go anywhere either, so we should be fine. We should have it about as easy as anybody could. Alright, we've got another sealed chest to write down here, so... Alumaru... behind... Jilala's house. And it's a blue one. Highlight in blue. 1 to 8 inches for your area of Michigan? Yeah, that does not sound good. That sounds rough. I hate snow. I don't care if it's pretty to look at. It's bad for everything else. Alright, now we continue behind the house. Another chest. Scarf. Just a plain scarf. Oh, there's like a whole thing going on back here. Looks like a dungeon.
We'll have trouble carrying this in. Hey, it's time for Kurin's dance. We don't want to miss it. Oops, I forgot. Let's leave this here and head for the tavern, huh? Yeah, this can wait till tomorrow.
Okay, so this is probably where he, like, keeps all of his stolen valuables and stuff. Don't know how they didn't see us, but no worries. Okay, we do have an ad coming up here, so before we figure out what's going on here, I should probably go ahead and do that. Okay, we'll pause right here. I also should probably take a look at my equipment when we come back. Quick note, 2 guards are preparing to put the bell in some kind of vault behind Jilala's house. But they leave for the tavern to see Kurudin dance. And I assume we're going to explore this place, but maybe we won't be able to get in. We'll find out when we come back. All right, this will be the last ad break of the day. Thanks for hanging out. See you in about 3 minutes. Okay. Okay, Luigi. Commanding victory out of nowhere. I didn't really get to see what happened, but that is no fluke. That is no fluke right there. Green Mario is not going quietly into the night. He's already lost the matchup, and we've already calculated that not much is going to change here. Although, maybe it will. We'll have to take another look here. So Luigi now with 2 points on the board. And that is enough to tie him in 7th place against Samus. So let's take another look here. There's 3 rounds left. If Luigi were to win all 3, that would be just enough to break the tie and secure him 7th place. But he's not going up to 6th. Donkey Kong is back in 10th place now that we've recalced. If he were to win the remaining 3 rounds and go to 9 points, he would still be in 10th place. So it doesn't. It does look the same as far as nobody's going to change their ranking, no matter how this closes out. But the rankings are just different than what they were before. But either way, points matter. Even if their ranking doesn't change, points are still going to matter when it comes down to the end of this thing. 3 more rounds to go, and then we're going to switch to Mario versus Captain Falcon. I suppose I should disable the channel point redeem for choosing Smash characters on the off chance that somebody happens to just randomly come in and click it. Let me do that really quick, because all of our remaining matchups are chosen. So let me just take that out of the redeem list there. There we go. Okay, back to the game for another hour. Welcome back. Let's examine the bell. Nothing. Okay, examine this door. Hey, this lock is open. We can go in. Yep, we're going in. I think we're gonna find a bunch of stolen stuff in here. That's my guess. Oh.
Whoa.
The ring!
Whoa!
Why is it glowing now?
They're calling each other.
Whoa.
Okay, so the other ring is in here. Oh, cool. So we actually have like a beacon on the map. Well, that's going to be very useful. Oh, there's lots of stuff to examine in here, isn't there? Okay, so basically everything that's not like a tiny rock is going to be examinable. Let's go. I feel like there's not going to be enemies in here, though. Treasure Storehouse 1B. So there's more than one floor. That's wild. But maybe there's a boss in here, you know, like some monster beastie. Oh, just kidding. There's randoms. Okay. I was wrong. Look at those wild creatures. Holy moly. Yikes. It can only be opened from the other side. Okay, so there's going to be some kind of like a... Parvenu Pelican. Let's fight them. They've got like a skull tattoo on their tummy. God, they are goofy looking. I wonder how much money we're getting from that. They seem to be taking good damage from physical, so I'm not going to bother with magic. Oh, they have testicle chins. Oh, God. That's so unsettling. So they're attacking me with money. Very on theme. Oh no, a critical. I wonder if these mobs are going to give out an especially large sum of G. Find out at the end. Wonder what fast attack is. Let's just try ground here and just see if it just wipes them. Just out of curiosity. Yep, sure does. Okay, maybe we'll just do that for time's sake. Yay! I think that's a pretty good amount of skill. Alright, Maru hit skill +4 I believe he's the first one to hit it. Congratulations, Morrow. What are we going to give you? Probably the defense buff. Critical hit boost would be nice, but without knowing how much of a critical hit boost it is, I'm hesitant over a tangible defense increase. A wheelbarrow. Because the critical hit boost could be like 5%. You know, which is like whoop-de-doo. That's something that we would put on if we had nothing else to go for. Okay, the blue dot is going to be very useful because we can basically... We'll always know which way to go last. EXP, still going to Zola. How close are we getting? She's at the same level now, but she's still behind by like 2,000. Because she missed a boss battle. Okay, theoretically we can walk one side of this hallway on the way down and the other side on the way back. So let me just stick to this side. Oh god. Gold eating tiger. Well, this is going to be an upgraded version of the really scary enemy from before. I'm assuming it's going to have the same mechanic where we want to put it to sleep. So we'll definitely do that. These guys could one-hit KO us. So hopefully they go night-night. Oh, one of them missed. Okay, let's see how much damage this does. That's a lot, but it's not a one-hit KO. This actually works, though. We can just focus on one of them while the other one snoozes. Okay, cool. So far in this game, it really seems like we scale faster than the enemies do. If that makes sense. Like, we're getting stronger as we go along, and it seems like we are scaling at a rate that is slightly above the rate that the enemies are scaling. But some of that could just be the party size effect. I need you to die right here. Good. Like, it feels like we are stronger than we are because we now have 5 people instead of 4. We're probably just scaling pretty evenly with the enemies, which is nice. That's how it should be. Nobody likes a difficulty spike. Spells. There we go. Jiro, please heal a Shu and a Zephyr. Zephyra. Very nice. Oops, I did not mean to cast that. Whoops, thought I was hitting B. Alright, well, everyone has max health. Just some wasted MP. Oh. Oh. We're doing this. Okay. I see how it is. Are you guarding something? Yes, you are. Okay. Well, you're not scary. Okay, well, there certainly is no indication that there was any way we could avoid falling into that pit. So I have to assume that we're going to be able to get everything. There was a chest on the other side of that pit. guys are pretty tough. Ooh, dark magic. Oh, I just realized they have, like, magic rods. I didn't even realize that before. They have a spear and a rod. That's kind of fun. So they're like battle mages. Get out of here. Alright. They're like part roly-poly, part centipede. Medals times 1. Okay, well, it looks like there's going to be... This is a very Dragon Quest thing. To have a bunch of pitfalls in a dungeon that take you to a lower floor. So there's probably a number of ways to end up down here. Based on the size of this space. I hope the encounters are going to be persistent. Let's try water on these guys. Nice. Okay, you're just going to choose to do nothing. That works for me. $60 damage, no big deal. Alright, Morrow, get him out of here. Nice. Is this floor wet? Or is it just shiny? Can't tell. Belly button ring of earth. What a name. So that must be a special accessory. That's the first time we've gotten a special accessory not from the Nothing Man. I did say we were going to look at accessories too, and we didn't. So let's do that now. No new bracelets. No new rings. We did get this new earring. Has the shield ability. Wonder what that means. 10 extra magic defense points. Okay. No new necklaces. Oh, the scarf is one as well. We got this recently. Has water resistant powers. Interesting, but no other properties. What do the ballet shoes do? Power to resist status. Okay, but no statistical benefits. The belly button ring of earth. Absorbs earth. Oh, that's really good. Okay. But otherwise, just 5 magic defense points. What would be the best thing to give to Shu here? Probably this. Resists earth. Makes the wearer stink. That's very canon. But then just the HP and MP bonus. He doesn't really need the MP, but the HP is good. Okay, I don't think we're going to need to update anything else. This is an interesting consideration for Jiro. But probably not worth it. Oh, the rain has really kicked up outside. It's like sheeting now. Nima's not happy. Okay. I don't think we're going to need to touch anything else. That's not a worthy trade. So Shu's ring will probably just never be used. Wonder if we can sell it. That would be interesting. That's not a worthwhile trade. That's probably not a worthwhile trade. Yeah. That's not worth it. Well, actually, maybe it is. That's a lot of magic defense at the cost of 5 speed. Poor Morrow. He's so slow. Alright, everything looks good there. Oh, we didn't check Zola. Forgot about Zola. Sorry, Zola, you're new. That's not worth it. That's not worth it. Oh, I just realized Zola's the fastest character. Kluk has been dethroned. Nothing's gonna beat this. Oh, super metal. Uh, 40 defense points? Not worth it. For a 5-5. Okay. And the stomach band is really, really good too. Okay. We're set on equipment. Continue exploring the perimeter of this room. Another chest. A flawless ruby. I think there was one more group of enemies over here. Experience plus 98. Interesting. Not 100. Not 50. 98. What a strange choice. Okay, there's two. Phoenix Wing. Can I attack you from here? I didn't think so. How do I get up there? Oh, I'm probably gonna have to fall down in a specific spot. Okay. Sure. Yeah, this is all very Dragon Quest. There's certainly other video games and other RPGs that do this. But I most closely associate it with Dragon Quest. Okay, this is gonna be a little bit wild. A 7-wave battle? 6-wave battle? Hopefully we can get some really good bonuses. We're gonna use a lot of MP. This might be a kill. Nope. Okay, that's a little bit unfortunate. Probably should have opted for ground there to try and kill. But we can rip a Zephyr here. But now we know for next time. Get out of here. Fast attack? Accuracy. Alright, well that's probably not going to help me much. We got a great turn gambit here, though. Alright, come on, Shu. Hit him hard. Not hard enough. Okay, well, water should definitely kill here. I guess ground is less damage. Or less MP. I'm still doing water because I know how much it's going to do. Might as well charge it. Just to make sure. Doesn't use any more MP. Oh, is somebody poisoned? Who just randomly took 26 damage during that animation? Oh yeah, Zola is poisoned. Okay, defense up, that's good. Let's get rid of that poison. Okay, we're definitely safe to do water here. Don't need to boost it. And then we'll just take what we can get right here. Yeah, we don't need to boost it. Yeah, we didn't even need Morrow. Clean. Oh, the list is getting longer. Oh, his turn still goes off. That's actually really nice. This is the most waves that we've ever done in a single battle. Pretty cool. Nice. Woo, look at that! Oh, wow. Okay. Dang it, went too far. Still goes off before the enemy, though. Jiro, I guess you can just do a love tap. Let's do ground here. Just to compare damage for future reference. Okay, it's the same as water, so we might as well just do ground, because it's cheaper. Probably should have charged that. Nah, we're good. Wow. All ailments cured. Including Shu's stink. Okay, we'll do ground here. We can charge a bit. Tap. Nice. Cool, that was fun. Six at once. Now the question is, will that happen every time we come down here? Or just the one time? We've been in a few spaces where enemies seemed to respawn repeatedly. That would make for quite the grind spot. If it was repeatable. I'm gonna guess it's not. Okay, so I gotta find my way back to that path because I only examined one side of the hallway. Where's this gonna lead me? Wait, what? Oh, this is that one-way door. Okay, cool. Got it. Easy enough. All right, now we're gonna go this way. Hopefully we don't get jumped by another tiger. But I gotta go this way again and examine the right side. Still catching up Zola. I wonder if it'll let you just walk into this. I'm assuming it probably will. Okay, no tiger. That's nice. Now we can go this way. And I'll do the right side first. Oh, it's another one. Great. Hello. Boop, boop, beep, boom, 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 boom. Sleep? Where is it? Oh, right. Support. Nice, got them both. We'll focus on the left one first. Come on, Morrow. You got this. Nice. Actually, I'm going to steal here. Miss. Defend. Okay. Pounce. Tap. Pounce. Come on, Zola. Nice. Managed to not get attacked in that one. That was nicely done. The wheel. I guess I should watch the floor because I think they're all going to be like wooden surfaces that we fall through. See another tiger in the distance. Okay, we've got a fork in the road here. You say go that way, so optional this way. Oh, is this the other side of that other path? Yes, it is. Okay, cool. So I can just now do the other side on my way back, like I was hoping to do on the other side. The bucket. It's a very small bucket. It's more of a pail. The tub. A lot of stuff in here. No music, bit of a bummer. Love a nice little atmospheric, drippy dungeon theme. Okay, now we can go the way that the blue spark wants us to go. Over meow. Sneak up on this tiger. Because we do not want them to do anything. Well. One of them's going to get to go. Actually, they're both going to get to go before they can get put to sleep. Okay, this is the AoE, but it only hits front row. Alright, feels a little silly to use sleep here, but I'm going to still do it. And this guy should be pretty much dead. He'll definitely die to that. Try stealing one more time. Nope. Bye-bye. We'll go do a Zephyr here. And defend. Charge it up. And just a tiny baby charge. Oh yeah. Shoe hit him hard. Cool. Accessory +2. All right. So now we can give Shu another special accessory. That's huge. And we don't have to give up anything. So let's see what we're most interested in. This seems pretty good. I mean, increasing resistance of all statuses is pretty awesome. Obviously, absorbing a magic element is also really good, but we haven't seen a lot of that. I do want to remind myself what Dizzy and Panic actually do, though, because I don't really have a good idea of that. Hello? Yo, Prax! Welcome in, my dude. How you doing? What's up? How was the stream today? What the heck is going on in here? Just some menuing, you know? Something that that you know very well and are very good at and gravitate towards in much the same way that I do. Prax Raiders, welcome in. Welcome to this silent dungeon in Blue Dragon. Let me put on some tunes for a second so we can chat. How was the stream today? What were you getting up to? Folks, go follow Prax. Prax is a longtime Twitch friend. Very humorous dude. Very tenacious gamer as well. Has a bit of a superpower when it comes to getting through a wild challenge. Oh, you were playing Infernax. Very cool. That's a great example of a game that requires a tenacious player that I would probably never go anywhere near. I consider myself a very tenacious gamer, but there are certain roads that I won't drive down, you know? I got a special type I got a special set of tires on my gamer car, and I only drive it on certain types of roads in certain types of weather, you know what I mean? It's a high-performance machine, but it doesn't go off-road. You were biding your time because you caved and got an Xbox. Dug up your Lost Odyssey. Nice. Did you end up buying like a Series S, Series X new joint, or did you buy a 360? We're playing on a 360 right now, which I pulled the trigger on last year. I got a small little 360 collection behind me right there. Some landlocked RPGs and adventures, platforms that I want to play someday. Finally caved in and pulled the trigger last year on a decent deal. You just got a 1. Okay. Because Lost Odyssey is 4 discs absurdly. Yeah, because they didn't want to pay Sony for Blu-rays. But hey, we got one more generation of disc changes. We did our first disc change in Blue Dragon earlier today. It was very, very novel and nostalgic. I enjoyed it. The one lets you just install all the discs and then you play off one. Oh, okay, so kind of like a PC game. Sure, you have like you carousel all the discs and put a bunch of data on a hard drive, and then you have like the play disc. That's honestly probably how they could have done it back in the day if the old consoles had hard drives. That's probably how they would have done it on the PlayStation, because that's what big PC games were doing then. Knights of the Old Republic was like that. I have an OG PC copy of KOTOR that Vaughn gave me years ago, and I just stuck it in my CD drive of my PC just to see what would happen, and it was just like, yeah, let's install KOTOR. And I was like, what? Okay. And I had to do that. I had to put all 4 discs in there, and then disc 1 is like the play disc. You put disc 1 back in there when you're all done, and then you can just play the game and there's no disc changes. Think you might pick up Blue Dragon and Infinite Undiscovery to complete the collection of only games you're interested on the whole console? Yep. I've got Infinite behind me as well. Infinite and Lost Odyssey are behind me. Infernax is like an indie storefront game, right? What else have I got? So I've got Blue Dragon, Lost Odyssey, Infinite Undiscovery, and then I've got Banjo-Kazooie Nuts and Bolts. I've got Cameo, Elements of Power. I've got Viva Pinata. And I think that's it. Oh, and Last Remnant. Last Remnant, yeah. I'm mildly interested in Enchanted Arms, but I haven't fully been sold on that one yet. But that one's on my radar. But welcome in, everybody. If you haven't been here before, I'm Austin. If you've seen me in Praxis chat, it was as BB_Austin. That's the chat, or that's the account that I use to go in people's chats and sub and, you know, say hello and be friends and whatnot. But this is the channel that I stream on, Backlog Boys. That's what the BB stands for. There used to be 2 of us alternating on this channel back in the day, and that's why we had separate accounts for chatting and subbing, so people wouldn't get confused. But now it is counterintuitive, and I'm just a weirdo with 2 accounts who has to constantly explain himself, and a lot of people don't realize that I stream because they go to my BB Austin account when people mention that I stream, and they're like, oh, sure doesn't look like this guy streams. Huh, weird, you know, and they move on. But there's not really anything that I can do about it now. I would either have to recultivate my follower count on my BB Austin channel, or I would have to give up my sub and chat history on my personal account and just start going into people's streams as Backlog Boys. And I don't really like either outcome. So I've just stubbornly rode the line and been the weirdo with 2 accounts for about 4.5 years now. Because my good buddy Vaughn, we're still very close. We work on a lot of projects together. He just doesn't stream anymore. So it's not a great game, but it's charming. Okay. Oh, you got the PS3 version. Yeah. And I probably would too. I don't, you know, unless there was like a really compelling argument for the 360 version. But we'll see. But yeah, I'm currently working my way through Blue Dragon for the first time. I'm a big old school Final Fantasy fan, and therefore consider myself a big Sakaguchi fan. We call him the Gooch around here. And this is only my second Mistwalker game. The only other Mistwalker game I've played is The Last Story, which I'm a big fan of. And I'm really, really enjoying this game so far. We're pretty decently stuck in. We're 42 hours in. That's probably a little bit inflated because of stream and idle time and whatnot. But this game is firing on all cylinders for me. It does a thing that I really like, where it has a very simple and self-evident tool set when it comes to the mechanics that it's utilizing, but the game is put together in a clever and thoughtful way that allows for those very simplistic elements to synergize into complex situations, which I'm really, really a big fan of. I like games that have complex systems and everything's like really dense. You know, we just played Xenosaga, and you know, that's at that end of the spectrum. I like that as well. And I like games that don't overthink anything and it's all just really simple, you know, like an old Pokemon game or Mario RPG or an early Paper Mario or something, where it's just like, this is this and this is this, and you lean back and have fun and press A. I'm down with that too. But this is my favorite. This is like the Goldilocks zone for me. Like at first it might seem overly simplistic. But there's a lot of really, really cool nuanced stuff in here that you can do. Like, there's an ability that allows you to charge up your attack. And if you charge up a buff spell, you might increase the length of turns that it lasts. Or you might increase it from a single target to an area of effect that hits the whole party. Or if it's an attack spell, you might increase its potency and damage, or you might increase the area of effect against the enemies. There's a row system to the enemies. All these things individually are extremely basic and simple and not really revolutionary, but the way that they come together is amazing, because you can use that charging mechanic to like alter your turn order. You know, you've got a fixed turn order based on the character's speed, and it's like, oh, well, my attacker is going first, but I want to buff their attack power before they go, but my person who has the buff spell is third in the turn order. So what you can do is charge the attacker's attack with the right timing. If you've got good skill and good timing, you can charge it up so that it goes off after that character's turn comes. And then once their turn comes, you can do that buff spell that you wanted to do, and then the attacking character's attack will go off at the buffed rate. And you can do all kinds of little intricate things like that. And I love that. And the game doesn't expect you to do those things. It doesn't require you to do those things if you don't want to play it at that level, or if that's not your style, or if you're a more intermediate or beginner RPG player, you can just play it in a more basic way, and it's welcoming and accessible to you. I really, really like games that have stuff like that, where you can really get super stuck in the weeds if you want to, and you can try to find those little exploits and breakable things and whatnot, but you don't have to. Whereas something like Xenosaga, which is the RPG that I just played, I don't really find that, like, I don't think it's a good idea to compare this game to Xenosaga, but if we were to entertain that idea for a moment, Xenosaga has a lot of really intricate mechanics, and you have to engage with them, for the most part. Like, or if you choose not to engage with some of the more complex mechanics, it's like a whole, like, section of the game is kind of hollowed out and blocked off and unavailable to you. You know, so it's like a much greater cost of not getting into the weeds, if you will. And, you know, that's fine. Like I said, like, I've played a lot of RPGs. I've got a lot of sensibilities and literacy when it comes to that stuff. I like it. But my preference is simple tools that can create complex situations. To me, that's peak game design. If you can't make it complex on the back end without just front-loading the complexity, I see that as a bit of a weakness. It's not necessarily something I'm going to bounce off of and not play, but I think if you can make it seem simple but create complex scenarios, or the potential for complex scenarios, I think that's where it's at, personally. Anyways, we're going to get back into it here. I stream Thursdays and Fridays playing RPG first playthroughs. If you want to check me out playing something that's not an RPG, I do that on Tuesdays. That's my variety slot. I'm currently playing a very cool, cute, clever, fun indie game called The Plucky Squire that I recommend just about anybody check out. It's been really great so far. We're probably going to finish that up on Tuesday. We're actually currently selecting what game I'm going to play after that in my Discord. And as a reminder to those of you that are in the Discord, that poll ends at the end of this stream, which is in about 15 minutes. So get your votes in if you haven't done so already, because we're going to be closing that out. Last I checked, Pikmin 2 was in the lead. All right, we found another basement hole. This dungeon is doing the Dragon Quest thing, where there's a bunch of different places where you can fall through the floor to a big basement pit. We're following this blue spark, which is very handy, actually. We kind of need this in every dungeon, because there's no full-sized map in this game. There's only a mini-map, which really kind of blows. Another mind-blowing mechanic in this game is that you can examine pretty much anything you could possibly imagine. And the yields are literally always worthwhile. It's a little bit overwhelming if you like to play really fast, or if you have like a propensity towards completionist things. It can be a little staggering, which I know Prax can relate to. I'm kind of in that camp as well. So some people might not like the idea of just walking around mashing the interact button over and over and over. And they might feel a sense of missing out if they choose not to do so, which is understandable. But I'm here for it. You were big time mashing? You played this one already, right? Like a while ago? Okay, I saw a person over here that looks like a guy. I don't think it's the guy we're looking for, but it could be a boss. But the spark wants me to go that way, which is really interesting. We're going to get the drop on this guy. These guys are a little bit scary. They hit really hard. But they don't seem to hit as hard as their counterpart that we saw earlier in the game, so... Oh, you played this when it was newish. Okay. Gotcha. Well, I guess worst case scenario, I can backtrack out of here and go to one of the save points in town. That won't be that big of a deal. We weren't able to find a good stopping point yesterday either, and I had to redo a mini-game this morning before stream. Not a huge deal, though. So here's an example of charging. So that's actually going to move me further down in the turn order. Nice crit. And then this will allow my black mage to cast sleep on him now that he's awake. So that he doesn't get it, and this way he won't get a turn before my charged up guy can take him out. But if my charged up guy had attacked before now, he probably wouldn't have done enough damage to take him out. not my favorite example of a neat way to manipulate the charging thing, but an example. Ooh, 100 experience points, nice. So yeah, not only do you find items by examining, you also find like stat increases. And then weirdly, this is a bit of a spoiler, so I guess cover your ears if you consider mechanical things spoilers like I do. Like in a lot of RPGs, when you examine stuff, sometimes you find nothing. Which, you know, perfectly fine, to be expected. Can't find something every time. But in this game, they chose to make that funny. Ooh, 30 medals, let's go. They chose to be funny with the finding of nothing, and after you go a little bit of the ways through the game, you find out that that's actually a twist, because nothing is actually a collectible. So you're literally finding something every time you investigate. There's no reason not to investigate. Even nothing is good to find. We love finding nothing. There's a guy who counts every time you find nothing. And gives you rewards when you cross milestones. So it's literally just a collectible. Oh, we're getting jumped. Okay, I would like to fight them both at the same time, but I'm afraid he was going to get initiative on me, and that's not good for these enemies. So I'll just take the one. Alright, you go CP. Oh, that's right. We're going to attack one at a time because they wake up. We'll do a little baby charge just to get some extra power. And yeah, Jiro, you can just love tap this guy, I guess. He doesn't hit very hard. He's our white mage. Come on. Nice. Yeah, you can just attack him, I guess, Klug. Nice crit. You found your strategy guides for a few games while looking for Lost Odyssey. Nice. Made you want to start collecting them? Yeah, strategy guides have skyrocketed in price, which is really annoying and dumb. Especially knowing that a large amount of their scarcity is due to a well-known wasteful practice of GameStop, which was just intentionally destroying and throwing away strategy guides. Oh, that's right. There's still another one of you. I forgot. He was just kind of walking behind me. There would be so many more strategy guides in the world, out in the ether, if it wasn't for GameStop, which is really stupid. And it's such a weird, like, outcome, because the reason why so many of the strategy guides were destroyed and defaced and made unusable and trashed was because people weren't buying them. So if you don't know this lore, she was gonna die. If you don't know this lore, I can explain it to you as someone who unfortunately worked for GameStop for a time. When like a game has been out for a little while, or like this would especially happen with like non-video game items, which is a much larger percentage of what GameStop deals in now than when I was there. This was over 10 years ago. But like things like, you know, like a random plushie or like a carrying case for your 3DS, like all that random kind of like junk that's not like software. After it had been out for a while, if it wasn't selling, GameStop would do this process called pennying out. They called it pennying out, which meant that the item's price would get reduced in the like corporate system to be 1 cent, and then the manager of that location would have to like round up all of the inventory of that item or the items that got pennied out. You know, this would happen like once a week. You know, you'd like get a notification like, here are all the penny outs for this week, you know, if you had any. And you'd have to like round them up and then literally go throw them in the dumpster. And they would like teach you to do this. And it was basically like, well, if we can't make money off of this, no one can, because they didn't want people to like dumpster dive GameStop's dumpster and find like brand new, perfectly saleable merchandise that they could go like throw on eBay, kind of a thing. And with strategy guides specifically, the way that they would be defaced is by ripping the cover off. And so there were many times where we would have to take a stack of brand new strategy guides for like, you know, Far Cry 3 or something like that, where like nobody's going to buy that strategy guide anyways. What a weird choice, you know. We'd have to just sit there with a stack of like Far Cry 3 strategy guides and just rip all the covers off of them and then go throw them in a dumpster. Really, really weird, bizarre, horrible feeling thing to do. And there were many times I happened to work at a store that had like a pretty cool manager, which was very fortunate. And a lot of stuff that was getting pennied out, he would find a way for it, you know, to make it into our cars rather than the dumpster. And, you know, at like a reasonable level, not like a suspicious level, like, you know, we were smart about it kind of a thing. Okay, I'm completely turned around now. I need to find my way back to the entrance. Here we go. But yeah, so just think about like how many strategy guides might be produced over the years and how many GameStops there were versus now. Here we go. This will help me get back to the entrance. And how many strategy guides that would otherwise be, you know, overpopulated and therefore inexpensive are scarce. And I don't know if that process dates back to like, you know, the mid to late 90s to like Funko-Land days, you know, because some strategy guides that people are looking for are for really old games that like predate the GameStop brand. And, you know, they're maybe not necessarily responsible for the economy of those guides. But it's certainly easier to just blame them for the larger strategy guide economy. What's up, Meg? How are you? Yeah, we were just kind of going through that. That's how I got into that diatribe. But yeah, I have a couple of strategy guides behind me that I got for free when they were pennied out while I was working at GameStop. Like, here's a great example. This is the Ni no Kuni Collector's Edition strategy guide. And we had like 15 of these. And we were instructed to rip the cover off and throw them in the dumpster. You know? And I was like, this is horrible. I took one home. I don't remember. We had to like draw straws on who was going to rip the covers off because nobody wanted to do it. And I have a Let's see. I also have this Zelda Skyward Sword limited edition guide that came to me the same way. Even though this was actually before my time, it was like, this was one where, because this is 2011 and that was before I worked for GameStop. But this is one of the ones where it got pennied out, and you know, somebody at the store destroyed all but one and then like hid it in a really wild location inside the store. And then we were like doing like a deep clean or a remodel or something, and we like found this. And it was like, oh, okay, who's going to take this home? This isn't in the system. You know, it's not in our inventory. It doesn't exist. Here you go. I don't remember if I got any others that way. I may have actually legitimately bought this one, this Animal Crossing New Leaf Guide. Are we seriously in an ad right now? Okay. Well, for those of you not behind the paywall, we're just going to hang out before we end. I do need to find a save point, though. And then I have a Pokemon X and Y field guide that I got when it was pennied out. But yeah, I mean, you got to imagine, like, or I guess not you've got to imagine, but I can tell you that no matter how popular a game was, we never sold all the strategy guides. You know, there were some games where we would sell, like, a decent amount if it was, like, you know, usually RPGs were pretty much the only ones that would sell a decent amount of strategy guides. I don't know why they even made strategy guides for some games. Like, who's gonna buy a strategy guide for like a campaign shooter? You know, like Far Cry 3, Titanfall strategy. Like, who's gonna buy a Titanfall strategy guide? Destiny strategy guide. You know, it's really bizarre to me. Or even for a game like BioShock Infinite, like kind of weird that there's a strategy guide. And it was also that like awkward intermediate point where like most people would just look stuff up online, but there was kind of like a last vestige of like people who wanted like the book. But I feel like those people aren't buying modern games anymore. All right, I got to start making my way towards a save point here because we got to raid out. But I got to wait for this ad to end. I was going to click the snooze button and then it snuck by me. You always thought they were only for RPGs? $179 for the FF7 guide? That's nuts. I got that one behind me. I need to get a copy of the FF9 guide. The infamous FF9 guide. There's some dedicated fans recovered somehow all of the Play Online content from FF9 and like hosted it on a third-party website that has nothing to do with Square Enix. And you can actually use the guide as it was originally intended. It's pretty cool. I'd like to try that out sometime. Okay, we're gonna save in slot 5. Welcome back from the ads, folks. Sorry, I was gonna click snooze, but I got sidetracked defaming GameStop mid-explore of dungeon. Okay, so when we come back to this next week, we're gonna head back into the dungeon and continue exploring and find out what Jilala is up to, the despotic chief of Alimaru Village. But this is going to be where we leave it for today. Be cool to get some nice glossy printouts of them. Pop them in there. Yeah, I mean, that would be... It's a lot of stuff. I think I'd rather just use the website. Yeah, I would have been in the same scenario as a kid, Prax. I didn't have the internet when I was playing that game either. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's like a bit of a meme at this point, but it really is kind of wild how much material is like intentionally omitted. What a choice. But now that I can use it as it was originally intended, I'd really like to have it. I have an FF9 art book that's really cool too. I'm happy with the guides that I have, but I really don't have that many. I have a decent amount of the Final Fantasy ones, but I don't have all of them. I have the FF Origins guide, the PS1 versions of 1 and 2. I have the FF3 DS guide. I have 7 and 8, 10, and 12. Yeah, that's all I got for Final Fantasy. But yeah, thanks for hanging out with me today, folks. Thank you to Prax for the raid and to the raiders for hanging out. Let's see, we're pretty close to another Sunday sub goal bonus stream. We're at 21 out of 25 subs needed. Why is that bar on the screen twice? I'll have to fix that after stream. I'm not going to mess with it now. Once that fills up, we'll do an extra stream on a Sunday afternoon. The lady will join me. We'll continue our first playthrough of Grim Fandango. We're around 70% on that one. Charging our way through, having to look up a lot of stuff. It's a very difficult and obtuse game, but it's got amazing vibes, so we're still enjoying it. And we're embracing the lack of being able to figure stuff out in that game and just getting through it and having fun getting through it. When we finish that, Discord, you'll get to vote on what point-and-click game she and I play next. We'll have 3 new options for you. Oh, we need to close out the Tuesday poll. That's right. Speaking of polls, we have a new Tuesday game to announce. It will be Pikmin 2. Pikmin 2 claims a commanding victory over Psychonauts 2. Congratulations to the people who voted for Pikmin. That will start on the first Tuesday after we finish Plucky Squire. I'm expecting that we'll finish Plucky Squire this coming Tuesday, but depending on how much I want to round up collectibles or whatever, we'll see. If we finish Plucky Squire really, really early in stream, I will fill time with something else. I'm not going to immediately start Pikmin 2 right after that. So just be advised on that. You're not going to miss the Pikmin debut. I don't like to roll that way. We'd fill in with something else with whatever time is left. Depending on how much time is left too, will determine what we do. Blue Dragon will continue Thursday and Friday until we beat it. Charity Week is coming up in February. Mark your calendars. The 16th through the 20th will be Heart Week. I'm going to do 5 streams in a row, hopefully. The 5th one you have to unlock via a milestone of dollars donated. But I'll stream Monday through Thursday, and then Friday if we reach a certain donation total before Friday. Each day a different game, same time slot as my normal streams, 3 to 8 US Central. There will be tons of stuff to donate towards. We'll be raising money for American Heart Association like we did last year. It was a ton of fun. I really, really enjoyed it. And I'm extra excited about the stuff that I've come up with for this year. And I'm planning to announce it soon. I'm working on finishing up some art assets and finer details before I announce it, but I might be announcing it as early as next week. At the very least, it'll be announced the first week of February, but I should have details out to you way before then. February 9th is going to be when the donations open. We're going to open donations a week before the charity streams happen so that y'all can work towards some of those early in the marathon incentives. Let's find someone to raid. Where are we headed tonight? I'm in overtime, so I'm not going to search for a Brave raid tonight. Let's go... I got 2... Okay, we'll raid Eris. Eris is on starting soon screen. Eris is one of my favorite chatty hangouts at nighttime. If you're not already familiar with Eris, drop her a follow. She's a silly fun time. If you want to watch somebody like really play a lot of a video game and get through it, you might be in for a bumpy ride. Eris likes to sidetrack and look at stuff and chat and all that kind of stuff. But that's what I like over there. Great conversations. We go into all kinds of wild topics. She does eventually get around to playing the video game, despite the rumors. She is looking to start a Dark Souls 2 DLC tonight. That sounds pretty scary. But I did watch some of her Dark Souls 2 playthrough a while back, and I was actually pretty impressed. When I watched her play Dark Souls 1, she was having a really rough go of it and dying a lot. But when I was watching Dark Souls 2, she was kind of kicking butt. So, a little bit gamer. We'll see how she does. Anyways, y'all be good. See you later. Have a good weekend if it's your weekend. Otherwise, we'll see you in the next thing. Take care.